Welcome, welcome. You're here at Fiction Blue. Today we present to you, What If Harry Found a Hidden Tape Recorder in the Attic and Exposed Every Dursley Crime to Scotland Yard. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Tape. The attic smelled like old newspapers and something that had died in a wall cavity sometime around 1987 and never been properly dealt with. Harry had been up here for 40 minutes, and his knees hurt from the bare floorboards, and there was a cobweb in his hair that he'd stopped trying to remove because it kept coming back. Every last box, Vernon had said, standing at the bottom of the pull-down ladder with his arms crossed and his face the particular shade of purple that meant he'd already decided Harry had done something wrong and was simply waiting for confirmation. Inventory. Everything up there gets a label. You don't come down until it's done. It was the summer holidays. Dudley was at a friend's house. Aunt Petunia had gone to her book club, which Harry had privately suspected for years was less about books and more about sitting in Margaret Pocus's living room eating biscuits and complaining about property values. The house was empty except for him, and the attic, and the dead thing in the wall. Harry didn't mind the quiet, actually. The attic was the one place in number 4 Privet Drive where he could breathe without calculating whether each breath was going to irritate someone. There were no photographs of Dudley up here. No horse brasses. No decorative plates with motivational sayings on them. Just boxes and dust and the particular sensation of being somewhere that people had forgotten about, which Harry had always found oddly comforting. He started at the far end, working methodically the way he'd learned to do everything, quietly, efficiently, without calling attention to the fact that he was doing it well. There were boxes of Dudley's old clothes, 2 sizes too large for Harry and already too small for Dudley, which had never actually been donated to anyone despite Aunt Petunia announcing every 6 months that she was going to sort those out. There were Christmas decorations. There was something that might have been a fondue set from approximately 1974. There was a rolled-up poster of a woman on a car bonnet that Harry assumed had been Uncle Vernon's before he'd met Aunt Petunia and made certain lifestyle adjustments. He was labeling a box of cracked ornaments when he noticed the board. It wasn't anything dramatic. He wasn't drawn to it by a magical glow or a mysterious sound or anything that would make a good story. He simply put his hand down on the floor for balance and felt the board move, a tiny give, a whisper of looseness, like a tooth that was nearly ready to come out but not quite there yet. He pressed it again, deliberately this time. It shifted. He ran his fingers along the edge and found the gap. The board came up cleanly, like it had been designed to. Someone had sanded the edges, years ago. This wasn't an accident or a structural flaw. Someone had made this. Inside the gap was a space roughly the size of a shoebox, and in that space, wrapped in a Tesco bag that had gone brittle with age, was a cassette recorder. It was a battered thing, a Panasonic, the old handheld kind with actual physical buttons that clicked satisfyingly when you pressed them, the kind Harry had seen in the lost property box at school once. The case was cracked at one corner. The label on the battery compartment said, in faded biro, "Batteries changed October 1988. Beside the recorder, also in the bag, were 6 cassette tapes in their plastic cases, each one labeled in the same handwriting. Harry sat cross-legged on the attic floor and looked at them for a long moment. The handwriting on the labels wasn't Aunt Petunia's. It wasn't Uncle Vernon's. It was smaller and slightly cramped, the writing of someone who was accustomed to taking notes quickly and had never quite unlearned the habit. The labels said things like Block Watch, Sep 88, and Planning Meeting Notes, and Garden Party, Mrs. T, normal things. Boring things. The kind of things a very organized neighbor might record at community meetings because they didn't trust themselves to remember everything. The last tape was labeled differently. No date. No event. Just 2 words and letters that were slightly larger than the rest, pressed harder into the label like the person writing it had been making sure it would last. Listen first. Harry looked at it for a while. The attic was completely silent except for the distant sound of a lawnmower somewhere on the street, and the occasional tick of the house settling in the heat. He picked it up. He opened the case. He slid the tape into the recorder, and he pressed play. There was a hiss of static, the way old tapes always started. Then the sound of a room, background noise, the faint creak of a chair, something that might have been a kettle in another room. Then a woman's voice, clear and close to the microphone, speaking quietly but with the focused calm of someone who had decided to say something important and was going to say it properly. My name is Arabella Doreen Figg. I live at number 2, Magnolia Crescent, Little Whinging, Surrey. I am recording this on the 14th of October, 1988, because I have been told not to act, and I have been told not to speak, and I have been told that it is for the greater good, and I am no longer entirely certain I believe any of that. So, this is what I have seen. Harry's hand tightened slightly on the recorder. The boy, Harry Potter, he's called, the Dursleys call him the boy or sometimes just Potter when Vernon is in a mood. He's 18 months old in the records but I know he's actually closer to 2 now, and he doesn't speak much for his age. He stays in his room. Well, they call it a room. The small one. With the cat door in it, which I know about because Petunia mentioned it once and seemed to think this was a perfectly reasonable domestic arrangement and not, a pause. The sound of a breath being taken and released. I'm not here to editorialize. I'm here to record facts. The facts are as follows. Harry sat very still and listened to Arabella Figg describe, in the careful and slightly formal voice of a woman who had once wanted to be a journalist and had instead become a squib living alone with cats, the first 2 years of his life at number 4 Privet Drive. She had been watching since the beginning. That was the thing that hit Harry first, not the specific details of what she described, though those were bad enough, but the sheer duration of it. She had been placed in her house on Magnolia Crescent specifically to keep an eye on him, she said. It had been explained to her as a protective measure. She was not to interfere. She was not to report to Muggle authorities. She was to observe, and to report to her contact, and to trust that the situation was being monitored by people with a broader understanding of the circumstances. She had done this, she said, for almost a year. And now she was recording everything on a tape and hiding it in the attic of number 4 during an afternoon when the Dursleys were all out, because something had happened last Tuesday that she couldn't set aside. Vernon Dursley, she said, and her voice shifted in a way that Harry would later describe to himself as what happens when a careful person decides to stop being careful, struck the child. Not, I want to be clear, not in the way that some people try to justify, not a smack on the hand or some Victorian disciplinary nonsense that I still wouldn't accept, but, he was angry about something at work, I could hear him shouting from outside, and the boy was in the garden and he grabbed him and he threw him into the fence. Harry's 2 years old. He didn't cry. That's the thing. He didn't even cry. The lawnmower outside had stopped. The attic was very, very quiet. A child that age who doesn't cry when something hurts has learned that crying doesn't help, Arabella continued. I know what that means. I grew up in a house where crying didn't help either, so I know what it looks like in a child's eyes when they've already understood something that most children that age don't understand for another 20 years, if ever. I am recording this because I was told not to act and I want there to be a record of the fact that I believed them when they said it was necessary, and that I am not comfortable with that anymore, and that if this ever comes to light, I want it to be known that I was not simply a passive observer. I want it to be known that I saw what I saw and I said so, even if no one was listening. Even if all I could do was hide a tape recorder in a loose board in an attic and hope that someday, somehow, the right person would find it. A long pause. Hello, right person, she said quietly. I'm sorry it took this long. The tape ended. The recorder clicked to a stop. Harry sat in the attic of number 4 Privet Drive and did not move for a while. He was 10 years old. He had lived in this house for 9 of those years and had spent most of them learning the particular skill set of someone who exists in a hostile environment, how to make himself small, how to anticipate moods, how to do work so quietly and completely that there was nothing to complain about, how to absorb the complaints when they came anyway. He was not, by any objective measure, a child who had been encouraged to develop a robust interior life. And yet, he was thinking. Not about what the tape made him feel, because he had a long-standing policy of deferring that particular question to a later date when circumstances permitted, and circumstances had not yet permitted. He was thinking about the specific, practical, logistical implications of what he had just heard, and what else might be on the other 5 tapes, and what he was going to do about any of it. He checked the other tapes. The first 4 were exactly what the labels said: community meeting notes, local planning discussions, a recording of a garden party that mostly consisted of someone named Tricia explaining her renovation plans in more detail than anyone had requested. But the 4th tape, Block Watch, Sep 88, had a second section after a long stretch of silence, and the 5th tape, labeled Planning Meeting Notes, turned out to contain no planning meeting notes whatsoever. He listened to all of it. It took the rest of the afternoon. By the time he heard the pull of Aunt Petunia's car into the drive below, Harry had a reasonably clear picture of the following facts. Arabella Figg had documented, across 5 recordings made between October 1988 and March 1989, a pattern of behavior at number 4 that included physical harm, deliberate neglect, verbal abuse, and what she carefully described as willful psychological damage, a phrase Harry filed away because it felt precise and important. She had reported all of this to her contact, a name she never said aloud on the tapes, though she referred to him once as the headmaster, and had received instructions each time to continue monitoring and not to intervene. And then there was the 6th tape. The one that wasn't from Mrs. Figg at all. The 6th tape had different background noise, an indoor space, somewhere with a bit of echo, a kitchen maybe. And the voice was Vernon Dursley's, and he was talking to a woman who introduced herself, in a clipped professional tone, as Karen Bowles, Family Services, London Borough of Runnymede. It had been recorded without Vernon's knowledge, from the sound of it. Someone had left a recorder running in the kitchen. Harry suspected, from the timing of the tape, it was labeled September 1990 in Mrs. Figg's handwriting on the outside, that this was Mrs. Figg's work too, though he couldn't be certain. What he was certain about was that the recording captured, with perfect audio clarity, Vernon Dursley explaining to Karen Bowles of Family Services that Harry was a troubled child with a tendency toward destructive behavior, that any marks or bruises were the result of his own clumsiness, that the school had been informed of his difficulties, that he had access to full meals and appropriate clothing and a proper bedroom, and that the family found it quite hurtful that someone had felt the need to report concerns, and that if this sort of thing continued he would be contacting his MP. Karen Bowles said, in a tone that suggested she had been told something similar before and was already forming her exit strategy, that this was simply routine and she appreciated his time. And then, when her footsteps had retreated and the front door had closed, Vernon said something to Petunia in the kitchen that turned Harry's stomach cold and flat in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. What Vernon said, in a voice that was very quiet and very certain, was, "She won't be back. And if anyone else comes, we say the same thing. The boy is difficult. The boy hurts himself. The boy is a problem that we are generously managing, and anyone who says different can deal with my solicitor." Petunia said, "Yes, Vernon." And that was the end of the tape. Harry sat with the recorder in his lap and listened to the room tone for a moment after the tape clicked off. He was aware that his hands were completely steady. He was aware that there was a quality to the silence in the attic that felt different from the silence he'd been sitting in an hour ago, heavier, or maybe more solid, like the difference between an empty box and a box with something in it. He made several decisions in quick succession. The first was that he was going to listen to all the tapes again, more carefully, and write down everything useful. The second was that he was going to keep the recorder and the tapes, and that hiding place had worked well for Mrs. Figg so it would work well for him. The third was that he was not going to do anything today, or this week, or possibly this month, because the worst thing he could do right now was act quickly and give the Dursleys any warning at all. The fourth decision, which arrived more quietly than the others and settled somewhere very deep, was that he was going to need more tapes. He wrapped the recorder back in the Tesco bag. He put the tapes in carefully, in order. He replaced the board, pressing it down until it sat flush. He finished labeling the boxes with a marker he found in an old mug of miscellaneous stationery, wrote up a neat inventory on the back of a cardboard flap the way Vernon had asked, and came down the attic ladder with the list held out in front of him as Petunia came through from the kitchen. She looked at the list without touching it and said, "Did you move anything?" "No," Harry said. "Just labeled things." "Like Uncle Vernon asked?" She looked at him. He looked back at her, which was something he had learned to do carefully, not holding her gaze long enough to seem defiant, not dropping it quickly enough to seem guilty. A precisely calibrated look of attentive blankness. He had been calibrating it since he was approximately 4 years old. "Fine," she said. "Don't touch the ornament boxes. Those are antiques." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." She went back to the kitchen. He went to his cupboard under the stairs and lay on his narrow mattress with his eyes open in the dark and thought about cassette tapes, and social workers, and the specific way Vernon Dursley's voice had sounded when he said the boy is a problem that we are generously managing. He thought about that for a long time. And somewhere underneath the thinking, very quietly and without drama, something shifted in Harry Potter. Not rage, he'd had a version of that for years and it hadn't ever gotten him anywhere. Not despair either, because despair was for people who believe things couldn't change. What shifted was more like a decision, the deep structural kind that you make once and don't need to revisit. The kind that changes the shape of everything that comes after it. He was going to do something about this. Not in a reckless way. Not in the way of someone who'd been pushed too far and swung wildly. In the careful, patient, devastating way of someone who'd spent 10 years learning to be underestimated, and had finally found a reason to use it. He closed his eyes. The house was quiet. Somewhere upstairs, Dudley was playing video games. He'd come home while Harry was still in the attic, and Harry had heard him thundering around without once thinking to wonder where Harry was, which was normal and fine and told you everything you needed to know about the ecosystem of number 4. Harry slept, and in the morning he started planning. The planning began with the library. The little whinging public library was not a remarkable institution. It had a small children's section, a slightly larger fiction section, a periodicals rack, and a reference desk staffed by a woman named Mrs. Henley who was extremely suspicious of children returning books late and couldn't quite hide it even when she was being perfectly pleasant. But it had encyclopedias, and it had a section on law and civil rights that Harry had never previously had any reason to look at, and it had, crucially, a public phone directory. Harry told Aunt Petunia he was going to the park, which was technically in the same direction and was the only unsupervised activity she reliably permitted because it got him out of the house. He went to the library instead. He spent 3 hours there on the first day, reading about things he'd never had cause to look up before. The Children Act 1989, which had been passed just the previous year and which Harry found remarkable. It was written in the dry, specific language of legislation, but underneath the language was a framework of what a child was legally entitled to, and reading it was a strange experience, because it described protections that were the direct opposite of his experience and it did so in terms that were precise and enforceable and real. Not abstract principles. Actual law. He found a section on recording laws and evidence admissibility. He found a brief article in a legal reference guide about the difference between the Metropolitan Police and local constabularies and how cases that crossed jurisdictional lines were handled. He found, most usefully, a pamphlet, slightly dog-eared, wedged between 2 larger reference volumes, from something called the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, which listed, in clear non-legal language, the categories of harm that constituted child abuse under UK law and the channels through which reports could be made. He read the pamphlet twice. He didn't take it, it was the only copy, but he memorized the relevant parts. He was good at memorization. It was the one academic skill the Dursleys had inadvertently encouraged, since they'd never bought him books and he'd had to hold on to what he read in school because there was no guarantee he'd see it again. On the way home he stopped at the newsagent and spent 37 pence of the small amount of change he'd accumulated through various means, mostly finding coins in the park, occasionally being given small amounts by Mrs. Figg when he walked past her house and she gave him the look she always gave him, the guilty, sideways look of someone watching something they couldn't stop, on 2 blank cassette tapes. He paid for them at the counter with complete composure and the cashier didn't look at him twice. He hid the tapes in his sock, which was uncomfortable but effective. The next phase required patience, and patience was something Harry had in quantity. He needed to record the Dursleys. Not because he doubted what was already on the tapes, he didn't, but because Mrs. Figg's recordings were from 1988 and 1990, and a good solicitor, which the Dursleys clearly had access to, could argue that things had changed. That whatever had happened when Harry was a toddler had been a difficult period now long past. That the family had improved. That the child had been properly cared for since then. Harry needed current evidence. He needed things from this year, this month if possible. The recorder was a problem, because he couldn't carry it with him everywhere without risking it being found. He thought about it for a couple of days and then solved it in the straightforward way he tended to solve practical problems, which was by not overcomplicating it. He didn't need to carry the recorder. He just needed to position it somewhere with good acoustics before he knew a conversation was going to happen. The kitchen was the best option. Most things happened in the kitchen: meals, arguments, the evening debrief between Vernon and Petunia that occurred every day after dinner, where the day's grievances were aired and catalogued and where Harry's name came up with a regularity he'd long since stopped being surprised by. He needed to get the recorder into the kitchen, propped somewhere inconspicuous, and get himself into the general vicinity. He thought about it for a day and then put the recorder on top of the refrigerator, in the narrow gap between the fridge and the overhead cupboard, pushed back until it was invisible from below. The button combination for recording on the Panasonic was satisfyingly simple: play and record simultaneously, and the machine was old enough that it didn't make a startup noise. He tested it twice in the attic to make sure. Then he waited for an afternoon when Aunt Petunia was out of the kitchen long enough for him to be sent in alone to do something, climbed onto the counter on the pretext of reaching a high shelf, and positioned the recorder. He pressed record and got down. He washed up from lunch. He dried and stacked the plates. He swept the floor. He listened to the house, and when he heard Uncle Vernon's car in the drive he started making a cup of tea because he'd learned that having something in his hands gave him an excuse to be in the room. Vernon came in, dropped his briefcase, loosened his tie, and sat at the kitchen table with the expression of a man who had been deeply wronged by the commute. Petunia put a plate of biscuits in front of him. Harry kept his back to both of them and focused on the tea. "Had a call today," Vernon said, in the conversational tone that Harry had learned to distinguish from his normal tone by a slight deliberateness in the pauses, "from Hendricks at work. Apparently someone's been asking questions about the company." "What kind of questions?" "Tax-related. Nothing that affects us directly." He bit into a biscuit. "Point is, I don't want any outside attention right now. From anyone. Anyone comes by," his voice shifted in that particular way, just slightly, "about anything, I'm not in." "The school rang," Petunia said. "About the boy. Summer reading. They want confirmation he's enrolled in September." "And?" "I said he was." "Good. Keep it simple." He finished the biscuit and reached for another. "Has he been causing trouble this week?" "He broke a plant pot in the garden." "Did he do it on purpose?" Harry did not turn around. He poured the tea and focused on keeping the kettle steady. "Couldn't say," Petunia said. "Send him to bed without dinner if it happens again." He said this the way he said most things pertaining to Harry, without particular heat, just routine authority, the voice of someone managing an administrative issue that was boring but necessary. "He needs to understand that things cost money." It was one of the terracotta ones. "Then Doc is, well. He doesn't get an allowance." A brief pause. Something almost like laughter, except Vernon's voice didn't do laughter in that range, it did satisfaction, and they were different things. "Fine. He does the gutters this weekend." "He's too small for the gutters." "Then he'll have to stretch, won't he?" Harry put the teacups on the counter. He kept his face entirely blank and his hands entirely steady. The recorder on top of the refrigerator, 18 inches above his head, was getting all of this in beautiful audio clarity. "Did you give him lunch?" Vernon asked. A pause. "He can make himself a sandwich." "Right." The newspaper opened. The conversation ended. Harry carried the teas to the table, set them down without a word, and went to his cupboard. He lay on his mattress and stared at the slats of the stair above him and felt the same cold, flat, precise feeling he'd had in the attic. Not anger. Not self-pity. Something more useful than either of those. Something that tasted, he thought, like documentation. Over the following 3 weeks, he filled a tape and a half. He didn't get everything, he couldn't be in the kitchen every evening, and there were days when the recorder's position was wrong for the conversation, but what he got was enough. He got Vernon explaining to Petunia that Harry's school had asked about his home situation and that he told them it was all completely in order and that they shouldn't expect further inquiries. He got Petunia telling Dudley, with Harry in the next room and clearly audible through the thin wall, that Harry was not his cousin, not really, he's just someone we look after, a sentence that Harry transcribed later with careful, neutral handwriting. He got Vernon, coming home after a difficult week and in the specific mood that meant the evening was going to be hard, saying things that Harry transcribed and then sat with for a moment before filing away with everything else. He got one evening that was worse than the others, a Thursday, during a particular argument about a report from Harry's teacher that described him as exceptionally bright and possibly in need of additional challenges, which Vernon treated as a personal insult of the highest order, where the things that were said, and the things that happened after the things that were said, were the kind of things that Harry later decided constituted the core of what he was building. The center of the case, if this was going to be a case. The part that, when played in the right room for the right person, would be extremely difficult to explain away. He marked that tape. Thursday. He put a small dot on it in biro. He spent evenings at the library, when he could get there, going back to the legal reference section. He found a case summary from 1985 that described the standard for admissibility of covert recordings made by a private individual in a private home. He found a description of the Crown Prosecution Service and how cases were passed to them. He found, in a slightly different reference volume, a description of what happened to children during the investigative process, the fostering system, the assessment procedures, the ways in which a child's testimony was taken and weighed. He was not afraid of any of it. He thought about being afraid of it, he turned the possibility over in the library's stiff-backed reference chair and examined it, and he found that he wasn't. The system, as he understood it, was imperfect and slow and could be manipulated by people with money and social confidence, and Vernon Dursley had both of those things. But it also had people in it. And people, in Harry's limited but observant experience, were variable. Not all of them took bribes. Not all of them were fooled by a confident story. Some of them, he suspected, had to believe, looked at evidence and followed it where it went. He needed to find one of those people. He needed to find the right door. He thought about this for the better part of a week, lying in his cupboard in the evenings and running through options the way you might run through the available pieces in a chess game. The local police were not an option, he knew that from Mrs. Figg's tapes, which mentioned a visit from P.C. Simmons from the local station in 1989 that had lasted 20 minutes and resulted in a note about no further action required. The local social services office was on Petunia's radar in the way that all official local things were on Petunia's radar. She knew the names of people there, she'd clearly already navigated one visit, and she was the kind of woman who attended parish meetings and sat on the school's parent committee and kept careful social relationships with exactly the sort of people who might be in a position to make calls on her behalf. He needed someone outside the radius. Someone who didn't know the Dursleys by name and reputation. Someone with jurisdiction over more than one borough, so that Vernon's MP calling and solicitor threatening couldn't shut a case down at the local level. He went back to the library one last time and asked Mrs. Henley, carefully, as part of a school project on how law enforcement works in Britain, which he'd spent a bus ride inventing the details of, how Scotland Yard's detective divisions were organized in relation to local police forces. Mrs. Henley, who was suspicious of late returns but had a soft spot for children who asked proper reference questions, walked him to the right shelf herself and explained, with visible pleasure at being consulted, that the Metropolitan Police Service operated across the Greater London area and that its Criminal Investigation Department handled serious cases that warranted specialist attention. "What kind of cases?" Harry asked. "Serious crimes," she said. "Organized crime. Serious fraud. Child protection." She said the last one without any inflection. "That sort of thing. And can anyone go there? Like, just walk in? To Scotland Yard?" She considered him with the slight curiosity of a person who has suddenly noticed something interesting. He met her eye with the practiced look, attentive, neutral, a child doing a school project. "Well, they have public counter services. You'd want to ask at reception." But Harry, she used his name because she knew everyone who came to the library regularly, which Harry always had, because it was free and warm. "Is there something specific?" "It's for the project," Harry said pleasantly. "What subject would a detective specialize in for child protection cases?" Mrs. Henley looked at him for a moment longer. Then she said, slowly, "Child protection units often have dedicated detective inspectors. They work alongside social services but they're independent investigators." She paused. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Yes," Harry said. "Thanks, Mrs. Henley. This is really helpful." He walked home in the summer evening with the sun going sideways through the trees on Privet Drive and his hands in the pockets of Dudley's cast-off jeans, which were too large and belted up with a piece of rope because Petunia had lost the buckle, and he thought, Detective Inspector. Child Protection. Metropolitan Police. Independent of local forces. He thought, Scotland Yard. He thought, not yet. Not until I have everything I need. He had 3 weeks left of the school holidays. He went home, cooked dinner because Petunia had a headache, ate what was left when the Dursleys were done and there was nothing left, went to his cupboard, and started making a list on the inside of the back cover of a school notebook under the heading Project, because if it was found that's what it would be. Not yet. But soon. The tape recorder sat in its Tesco bag behind the loose board in the attic. The tapes, Mrs. Figg's 5, and Harry's 2 so far, sat in a row in the dark, patient and waiting. Down below, number 4 Privet Drive continued doing what it always did, being exactly what it appeared to be from the outside, which was a perfectly normal house on a perfectly normal street. The difference was that now someone inside it was paying attention. And this time, someone inside it was writing things down. Chapter 2, The Archive. The school notebook had 47 pages, and Harry used all of them. He worked at night mostly, after the house had settled into its particular brand of evening silence, Vernon's snoring starting up around 10, Dudley's television eventually going quiet, Petunia's light clicking off with the decisive finality of a woman who had completed the day's requirements and was checking out until morning. Harry would wait another 20 minutes after that last click, lying still in his cupboard with his eyes open, counting seconds the way he'd taught himself to do as a younger child because it gave the waiting a structure. Then he'd pull the notebook from its hiding spot, he'd taped it to the underside of the thin shelf above his mattress, behind the bracket where it sat in shadow even when the cupboard door was open, and he'd work by the thin strip of light that came in under the door from the hall nightlight. The nightlight was a hedgehog. It had been Dudley's until he'd decided at age 6 that nightlights were babyish and thrown a significant tantrum to get a different lamp. Petunia had put the hedgehog in the hall instead of throwing it away, which was the kind of thing she occasionally did, small domestic decisions that weren't exactly kindness but weren't exactly cruelty either, just practicality, just filling a space. The hedgehog gave off just enough orange light for Harry to read and write if he held the notebook close to the door gap, and he was grateful for it in the impersonal way he was grateful for most things in number 4, which was to say he noted it, used it, and didn't look for more in it than was there. The notebook had 3 sections. The first was transcriptions, every recording he'd made so far, written out word for word in his smallest handwriting, with timestamps where he could estimate them and margin notes flagging specific phrases he thought were important. The second section was what he called, in his own head, the structure, a timeline of events he could personally verify, cross-referenced with dates from the tapes, building a shape of everything that had happened at number 4 over his entire life that he was aware of. The third section was research notes from the library, distilled into bullet points and definitions: what constituted child cruelty under the Children Act, what physical evidence requirements looked like, how audio recordings were authenticated, what a detective inspector actually did. The transcription work was slow and sometimes difficult. Not because his hand got tired, though it did, but because some of what he was transcribing was about him, spoken in rooms he'd been present in by people he'd been present with, and putting it into neat written sentences made it oddly solid in a way that simply remembering it didn't. He had a technique for this, which was to treat himself in the transcription as a separate person, the child, the way Mrs. Figg had said it on the tapes, or Harry Potter, full name, the clinical distance of a report. It worked, mostly. When it didn't, he put the notebook down, looked at the slice of orange light under the door, and gave himself until he could breathe evenly before he picked it up again. He never allowed himself more than 2 minutes for that. He had decided, as a general operational principle, that feelings were fine and he wasn't going to pretend he didn't have them, but they had a time budget. 2 minutes. Then back to work. By the end of the second week he had a problem he hadn't anticipated, which was that the notebook was running out of pages and he needed more recording tapes. The recording tapes he could solve: another trip to the newsagent, another 37 pence, same transaction, same composure. The notebook was trickier because buying a new school notebook was a visible purchase, the kind of thing Aunt Petunia might notice and ask about, and the last thing he needed was for her to develop any curiosity about what he was writing. He solved this at school, which had been back in session for a week by then. He stayed after class on Wednesday, helped Miss Goddard sort the supply cupboard. She'd asked for a volunteer and he'd offered, which she'd appreciated and Dudley had loudly said was pathetic, which was fine, and in the course of sorting the supply cupboard he identified a box of unused exercise books with torn covers that were slated for recycling, and asked if he could have a couple for practice writing at home. Miss Goddard, who had been one of the better teachers Harry had encountered and had the look of someone who had noticed certain things about Harry's life and not been able to do much about them, said yes immediately and gave him 3. "You're doing really well this year, Harry," she said, in the slightly careful tone people used when they were trying to communicate something without quite saying it. "Thank you," Harry said. "If you ever need to, if anything's, you know you can always talk to me. Or the school counselor, Mr. Burns." Harry looked at her steadily. "I know," he said. "I'm fine." She believed him, he could tell, the way people believed him when he said it, or more precisely, she chose to believe him the way people chose to believe a child who looked calm and functional and gave no obvious cause for immediate alarm, because the alternative was a process that was long and uncertain and could go wrong in multiple directions, and he understood why that was, even if it meant the conversation ended there. He took the exercise books home and hid 2 of them with the notebook. The third week was the one where everything got complicated, because Vernon came home on a Tuesday in a mood that was different from his usual moods. Most of Vernon's moods had a logic Harry had learned to read: the slow-building work frustration, the social anxiety that showed up when visitors were coming, the proprietary irritation he defaulted to when Harry did anything visible. This was something else. This was the mood of a person who had received unexpected news and had been sitting with it all day in a state of controlled alarm and was now at home where he could stop controlling it. Harry was in the kitchen when Vernon came through the back door, which was unusual. He normally came through the front. Harry registered this as he stood at the sink peeling potatoes, noted it, filed it, kept peeling. "Where's Petunia?" Vernon said. "Not a question. Upstairs, I think." "Right." He stood in the middle of the kitchen with his briefcase still in his hand, which he never did. He always put it down the moment he came in. He looked at Harry in a way that was different from the usual way he looked at Harry, which was the aggressive non-looking of someone who has decided that a thing doesn't deserve acknowledgement. He actually looked at him, for a moment. "What are you making?" Harry kept peeling. "Potatoes. For dinner." "Who told you to do that?" "Aunt Petunia. Before she went upstairs." A pause. Vernon put the briefcase down, finally, by the back door instead of in its usual spot by the hall closet. Fine. He went upstairs. Harry listened to his footsteps on the stairs and thought, something's changed. He didn't know what yet. He was going to find out. He got the recorder down from behind the refrigerator that evening, he'd gotten fast at it, could do it in under 15 seconds, and put in a fresh tape. Then he put it back and made sure the angle was right and went to do his homework at the kitchen table, which Petunia had never specifically forbidden, probably because it would have been an obviously absurd thing to forbid. Vernon and Petunia talked in the kitchen after dinner while Harry was ostensibly finishing his maths in the living room within earshot. What he heard, and what the recorder caught, was the following: someone had made inquiries. Not police, not social services. Someone, Vernon said, someone private, who'd been asking questions at Dudley's school about family situations. About a child at this address. Vernon didn't know who it was yet. He was going to find out. He described it in the language of a man who had managed a similar situation before and was confident he could manage it again, but underneath the confidence there was something else, something that Harry, with 9 years of experience reading the register of Vernon's voice, identified as the particular anxiety of a person who has worked very hard to construct a reality and is newly aware that someone is looking at the seams. It'll be nothing, Petunia said. It's someone, Vernon said. People don't ask questions for nothing. It was probably the school board. They do those home surveys it wasn't the school board, Petunia. The school board doesn't ask about specific children. This was specific. A pause. The boy hasn't said anything to anyone, has he? He wouldn't dare. No, but, another pause, longer. He's been going to the library. Silence. Libraries are public places, Petunia said, carefully. I know they are. I'm just, noting it. Harry, in the living room, looked at his maths homework and did not allow his expression to change. His heart was doing something in his chest that he acknowledged, ran the 2-minute clock on, and set aside. Vernon knew he'd been at the library. Which meant Vernon had either seen him there, or someone had mentioned it, or, more likely, Petunia had noticed his absence from the park and had asked around. This was a problem only if he'd been seen doing specific things, and he'd been careful. He'd always approached the reference section with the school project explanation ready. Mrs. Henley was the only person who'd asked a direct question, and he deflected it cleanly. But careful wasn't the same as invisible. And Vernon noticing was a signal. He needed to move faster than he'd planned. He went to bed that night with the 2-minute clock set, used it, and then lay awake for an hour running through the adjusted timetable. He had enough recordings. He had the transcriptions. He needed one more thing, and he had known since the beginning that he needed it, had been putting it off for reasons he was now going to stop entertaining. He needed the letters. He'd found them on his second day in the attic, before he'd found the loose board, sitting in a cardboard box labeled miscellaneous, 1985 onwards in Petunia's handwriting. He'd noted them and moved on because the recorder had been more immediately urgent and because part of him had known, in the way you sometimes know things about discoveries before you make them, that the letters were going to be the piece that changed the shape of everything. There were 12 of them. He knew this because he'd counted the envelopes without opening them, which had required a significant exercise of the 2-minute system. They were addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and they were from an institution whose seal he didn't recognize, a crest with a letter H on it, and they dated from July of this year, the most recent one arriving the week before he'd been sent to the attic, which he now understood hadn't been about the inventory at all. Someone had been writing to him. Someone had been writing to him at an address that described his living situation with a precision that suggested they knew exactly where he slept, and those letters had been intercepted and hidden in a box in the attic and he had never seen them. He went back up to the attic the next evening on the pretext of having left his school ruler there during the inventory, which was true. He deliberately left it there for exactly this purpose. He climbed up, retrieved the ruler ostentatiously in case Petunia was paying attention, then crossed to the miscellaneous box and opened the letters. He read them quickly, standing in the attic with the late September light coming dusty through the small window, and what he read reorganized several things he had believed about his life. He was a wizard. Or he was being told he was a wizard. He was being told it in the calm, matter-of-fact tone of an institution that had been sending this same letter to children for a very long time and had no reason to doubt it would be received normally, which it had not been. He had a place at a school he'd never heard of, starting in September, and he would need a list of supplies including several books with specific titles and something called a cauldron and, optionally, an owl. There were follow-up letters as well, becoming progressively more uncertain in tone, the second asking if the first had been received, the third explaining that a representative could be sent if transport was the issue, the fourth beginning Dear Mr. Potter, we are becoming concerned, until the 12th letter, the most recent, which said in terms that were no longer quite as formal, we are aware that your guardians may have some objection to your attendance. Please be advised that your place has been held. You are enrolled. This school has obligations to you that supersede domestic circumstances. If you have any means of making contact, please do so. Harry folded the 12th letter very carefully and put it in his sock. He res-tacked the rest, returned them to the box, and went back down. He sat in his cupboard and read the letter again and felt something that required somewhat more than 2 minutes, so he allowed himself 5, which was an exceptional allocation and which he noted as such. Then he thought about what it meant. Mrs. Figg's tapes had mentioned a headmaster. A person of authority in a world he'd been kept away from, who had made a decision about where Harry would live and had been receiving reports from a woman on Magnolia Crescent and had decided, for reasons Mrs. Figg clearly found increasingly difficult to accept, that the situation was acceptable. And now there was a school, writing to him repeatedly, trying to reach him, currently in possession of the information that his guardians were obstructing contact. These two things connected. The school and the headmaster were the same world. The world that had decided he should live here. The world that had, by Mrs. Figg's account, known what here looked like and had decided it was necessary. Harry thought about this for a long time. He thought about it with the same flat, precise quality of thought he'd been applying to everything in the past weeks, which was the quality of someone who refuses to let the personal stakes of a situation cloud the analysis. And the analysis said, this other world, the magical world, apparently, had its own version of the Dursley situation, its own people who had made their own choices about his life, and those people were going to have opinions about what he was doing. He filed this under complications to be managed and returned to the primary plan. Because here was the thing, the magical world's opinions were irrelevant to Scotland Yard. Whatever the headmaster had decided, whatever the logic of it was, it didn't change what was on those tapes. It didn't change what was in Vernon's voice on a Thursday evening. It didn't change what Mrs. Figg had described in 1988 with the focused precision of a woman making a record. The law Harry had been reading about was not the magical world's law, it was the real, enforceable, British law, and it said specific things about what had happened to him and what the appropriate response was. He would deal with the magical world when it arrived, because it was clearly going to arrive, a representative could be sent, and he would deal with it on his own terms. First things first. He spent the following Saturday doing something he'd never done before, which was constructing a case. He'd been thinking of it in those terms for a while, the case, as if he were already somewhere official, already presenting something, and he let himself think of it that way because it helped him see the shape of what he was building. A case needed evidence. It needed chronology. It needed specificity, not vague descriptions but dates, words, actions. It needed to anticipate the counterargument, which in this instance was the Vernon Dursley counterargument, the one on the tape, the boy is difficult, the boy hurts himself, we are generously managing a difficult situation. He spread his materials on the cupboard floor, he couldn't use any other surface, obviously, and laid it out. The transcribed recordings, organized by date. The timeline he'd built in section 2 of the notebook. The letter from the school describing his enrollment address as the cupboard under the stairs, which was itself a form of evidence that the reality of his domestic situation was known beyond the immediate household. His own memory, which he'd been cataloging in section 3 under a heading that just said direct, things he'd personally experienced, dated as precisely as he could manage, described in the same flat third-person voice he used for transcriptions, because detachment made the writing possible and would, he suspected, make the reading of it more effective for whoever read it. The direct section had 23 entries. He read through them once, made sure they were accurate, and did not use the 2-minute system because this was work and work didn't have a feelings budget. He made any corrections needed and moved on. The last thing he added to the archive, on the Sunday night before school started again, was a cover page. Plain white paper from the exercise book, his neatest handwriting, no embellishment. It said, "Evidence regarding the treatment of Harry James Potter at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Compiled by H. J. Potter, age 10. In support of a complaint to be made to the Metropolitan Police Service, Child Protection Division." He looked at it for a moment. Then he added one more line, "Audio recordings available. Physical evidence available on request." He folded it and put it inside the front cover of the first exercise book and clipped the whole thing together with a binder clip he'd found in the supply cupboard. 2 exercise books. 14 cassette tapes in a small carrier bag he'd found in the kitchen recycling, which Petunia hadn't noticed because she recycled bags obsessively and there were always 30 of them in there. The recorder itself, with fresh batteries, he'd borrowed money from the emergency 10 pence under the hall table, which wasn't an emergency by any reasonable definition but he needed batteries and he was going to need them more than the hall table did. He stood in his cupboard and looked at what he'd built. It wasn't enough to be irrefutable on its own. He knew that. He'd read enough in the library to know that a child showing up with a bag of cassette tapes and 2 exercise books was going to face exactly the reception you'd expect, which was skepticism followed by a process, and that the process was where cases either survived or didn't. But he also knew, from the same reading, from the same careful attention he'd been giving to everything, that the threshold for opening an investigation was lower than the threshold for conviction. You didn't need to prove everything to get someone to look. You needed to give them enough that looking was justified. He had enough. He was fairly confident he had more than enough. He put the bag inside a larger bag, which he hid at the back of the understair cupboard behind the ironing board, a location Petunia avoided because the ironing board was difficult to get around and she kept meaning to reorganize the cupboard and hadn't. He put the tapes from the attic, Mrs. Figg's originals, in a separate bag inside his pillowcase, wrapped in one of Dudley's old t-shirts, because the attic tapes were the foundation and they needed to stay separate from everything else. He went to school on Monday morning. He sat through double maths and English comprehension. He ate a packed lunch that was slightly smaller than everyone else's, as normal, and didn't comment on it, as normal, and went to the library at lunch instead of the playground because he wanted to read one more section of the legal reference guide that he hadn't gotten to on his last visit. He was reading about the NSPCC's referral protocol when Mrs. Henley came over without being asked and sat down in the chair across from him. He looked up. She didn't beat around the bush. "I've been thinking about you, Harry. I'm fine. You said that last time." She folded her hands on the table in front of her, which was the gesture of someone who has prepared for a conversation and is committing to it. "You've been in this reference section 4 times in the past 3 weeks. You've read the Children Act, the NSPCC guidelines, the case law summaries on evidence admissibility, and now you're reading referral protocols." She paused. "You're 10. "I'm interested in law," Harry said. The school project explanation was ready. He looked at her and assessed her, the way she was sitting, the quality of her attention, the fact that she'd come to him instead of waiting for him to come to her. "Mrs. Henley," he said slowly, "do you know anything about making a complaint to Scotland Yard?" She looked at him for a long time. "Is this for a school project?" she said, in a tone that made clear she already knew the answer. "No," Harry said. The words sat between them in the small, quiet library, surrounded by the smell of old books and the distant sound of children in the playground outside, and Mrs. Henley looked at him with an expression that was doing several things at once, alarm and recognition and something that was very close to respect, though she was trying to keep it professional. "Is someone hurting you?" she asked quietly. Harry had thought about this question. He had anticipated it and prepared for it and thought through exactly what the right answer was, and the right answer was not the one he'd been giving for 10 years. I have evidence, he said instead of answering directly, of a pattern of abuse and neglect at my home address going back several years. I have audio recordings and written documentation. I know that the local police have previously been to the address and took no action. I need to make a report to someone with jurisdiction beyond the local level, and I need to do it in a way that can't be shut down by a phone call from my uncle's solicitor. He paused. I need help figuring out the right way to approach this. Mrs. Henley was quiet for a moment. Outside, the playground sounds were distant and normal and completely unrelated to anything in this room. You're going to Scotland Yard, she said. Not a question. I'm planning to, yes. Harry. She said his name carefully. Do your relatives know any of this? No. And you've been building this on your own? Yes. She looked at him for another moment. Her hands were still folded on the table and she hadn't moved since she sat down, and she had the look of someone who has encountered something that recalibrates their understanding of a situation they thought they understood. How long? She asked. About 3 weeks of active work, he said. 9 years of living material. Something shifted in her face at that. Not pity, he would have closed down immediately for pity, but something more like the expression of a person who has been waiting, without knowing they were waiting, for someone to say something true out loud, and now that they've heard it they aren't sure how to sit with the weight of it. The local social services, she said. You've thought about why they're not the option. They have a relationship with the family. My uncle is very socially connected in Little Whinging. He knows people. Harry kept his voice level. I need outside jurisdiction. You need someone who doesn't know the Dursleys, she said. Yes. She unfolded her hands. She looked down at the table for a moment, then back at him. I have a friend, she said. We went to university together. She works in the Metropolitan Police Service now. She's a detective inspector. A pause, the careful kind. I haven't spoken to her in a while. But I can call her. Harry looked at her steadily. Why would you do that? Because, Mrs. Henley said, you just sat here and described something that I have been half suspecting for 3 years and not acting on, and you described it calmly and specifically and with more preparation than most adults I know would have managed. And because I'm a librarian, and part of my job, the part one take most seriously, even though it's not in the job description, is to make sure that people who come in here looking for something find it. She met his eye. You came in here looking for a door. I might have one. Harry thought about this. He thought about the addition of another person, the security implications of that, the ways it could go wrong. He thought about the fact that Vernon had noticed the library visits, and that the window between now and Vernon doing something about it might be shorter than he'd calculated. He thought about Mrs. Henley's friend, a detective inspector at the Metropolitan Police, and what it would mean to have a door opened rather than having to knock on one cold. Can you arrange a meeting? He said. Not at the house. Not locally. Somewhere I can get to on my own. I'll make the call tomorrow, she said. How will I reach you? I'll come in on Wednesday. She nodded. Then, in the same practical tone she'd used throughout, are you safe between now and Wednesday? He thought about Thursday evenings and the recorder on top of the refrigerator and Vernon's voice asking questions about the library. I'm fine, he said. Then, because she deserved the honest version, I've been fine for 9 years. 3 more days isn't going to change that. She didn't like that answer, he could tell. But she accepted it with the pragmatism of someone who understood that pushing too hard right now would spook a situation that was too carefully constructed to risk. Wednesday, she said. Come after school. Thank you, Harry said. He went back to the referral protocol he'd been reading. She went back to the reference desk. The library went on being a library, quiet and full of information, which Harry had always thought was an underrated combination. He walked home in the autumn dark, the evening arriving earlier now that October had come in properly. The street was lit with amber street lamps and the sound of his footsteps was the only sound on the pavement, and somewhere ahead number 4 Privet Drive waited with its lights on and its perfectly ordinary exterior and its population of people who had no idea what was sitting in a bag behind an ironing board. He turned into the drive and pushed through the front door and said, in answer to Petunia's inquiry from the living room, that he'd been at the library. A brief silence. "You spend a lot of time there," she said. "I like reading," Harry said. He hung up his bag on the hook by the door, which was Dudley's hook but Dudley never used it, and went to the kitchen to start on the washing up from dinner, which was still sitting in the sink because no one had told him to do it yet and that generally meant he was supposed to have already done it. "What are you reading?" she asked from the doorway. He turned on the tap. "Law," he said. "For school." She watched him for a moment. He kept his back to her and his hands in the water and his face completely still. "Dinner's in the oven," she said. "There's enough for a plate." He turned to look at her, because that was unusual, not generous, exactly, but unusual. She was already leaving the doorway, already retreating to the living room and the television and the comfortable distance she maintained from him as a general rule, and her face, in the brief moment before she turned, had an expression he didn't have a ready category for. Something that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite concern and wasn't quite anything he could name cleanly. He watched her go and thought about the recording on tape 5, the one from 1989, where she'd said yes, Vernon in the flat voice of someone who has made a decision they aren't proud of. He thought about what made a person like that. Not to understand it, he'd stopped needing to understand it some time ago, but to account for it. To hold it in the archive alongside everything else, neither excused nor exaggerated. Just true. He got his plate from the oven. He sat at the kitchen table alone and ate his dinner, and it was hot and there was enough of it, and he was grateful for it in the same impersonal way he was grateful for the hedgehog nightlight, which was, he noted it, he used it, and he knew exactly what it was and wasn't. Wednesday was coming. The door was opening. And behind an ironing board in the dark, 2 exercise books and 14 cassette tapes waited with the patience of things that had been waiting a long time and were very nearly done waiting. Chapter 3, The Yard. Wednesday arrived the way important days sometimes do, looking exactly like every other day, giving nothing away. Harry ate breakfast standing up because Dudley had taken the last chair to use as a footrest, and this was normal, and he didn't comment on it. He drank his tea from the chipped mug that was designated his by default because no one else wanted it. He packed his school bag with his books and, underneath his books, wrapped in his gym kit, the 2 exercise books and the cassette tapes. He'd been awake since 4 thinking about whether to bring the full archive today or leave it hidden and just confirm the meeting with Mrs. Henley first. He'd decided to bring it. Leaving it at the house another day after Vernon's comment about the library felt like unnecessary risk. The ironing board hiding spot had been good for a week. It wasn't designed to be good indefinitely. He went to school. He sat through his classes. He ate his lunch in the library, which Mrs. Henley watched without commenting on, and he watched her watch him, and neither of them said anything because there was nothing to say until after 3:30. The afternoon was geography and then PE, and he was good at geography and indifferent to PE except for running, which he was fast at because being fast had occasionally been useful at home and he developed the habit young. He changed back into his uniform after PE and walked to the library with his bag on his back and his gym kit under his arm and his face doing the calibrated neutral expression. Mrs. Henley was on the phone when he pushed through the glass door. She saw him and held up one finger. He went to the reference section and sat down and looked at the spines of books without reading them. She came over 5 minutes later and sat across from him. "I spoke to her," she said quietly. "Her name is Miriam Ashworth. Detective Inspector, Child Protection Unit, Metropolitan Police." She slid a piece of paper across the table. It had a phone number and an address on it, not Scotland Yard proper, but a satellite office in Twickenham. "She's expecting you. She said she can see you on Friday." Harry looked at the paper. "Not Thursday. She's in court Thursday." She said Friday morning, 10 o'clock. She said, Mrs. Henley paused, and Harry had the sense she was choosing her words. She said to come with whatever you have, because she doesn't want to make you go through it twice. Harry looked up. You told her I had evidence. I told her you had evidence, she agreed. I didn't tell her what it was. I said it was substantial. She looked at him carefully. Harry. Are you sure about this? Yes, he said. Not impatiently. Just with the flat certainty of someone who made a decision 3 weeks ago and hasn't needed to revisit it. I'm sure. I've been sure. She studied him for a moment with the expression she'd had on Monday, the one that was doing several things at once. Your guardians, she said. Friday morning. How will you manage? I'll go when they think I'm at school. He'd worked this out the night before. I'll take the bus. The 1:16 to Kingston, then the overground to Twickenham. It's about an hour and a half. She stopped. Reconsidered. You've looked this up. Yesterday at lunch. He folded the paper and put it in his shirt pocket. Mrs. Henley. I need to ask you something. All right. If this works, if they open a case, what happens to me? Immediately, I mean. That day. She was quiet for a moment. They would most likely contact social services and arrange emergency temporary accommodation. You'd be placed with a foster family while the investigation, not local social services. He kept his voice even. I told you. Local social services have a relationship with, not local. The Metropolitan Police's CP unit works with a different roster. She leaned slightly forward. Miriam is good at this, Harry. I wouldn't have called her if she weren't. She's been doing this for 11 years. She knows how these cases get buried and she doesn't let it happen. A pause. She's also going to have questions. About why you've built this yourself. About why no adult intervened. Harry thought about that. About Mrs. Figg and her tapes and her instructions from the headmaster. About Karen Bowles from Family Services who'd left satisfied. About Miss Goddard's careful tone and the way she'd accepted his I'm fine because the alternative was complicated. There are answers to those questions, he said. Some of them are on the tapes. Mrs. Henley looked at his bag. Is that everything? In there? Yes. She nodded slowly. I'll come with you on Friday if you want. He thought about it. The genuine offer of it, and what it meant, and whether he needed it. I think I should go alone, he said. I think if an adult brings me in it changes the dynamic. She needs to see that I built this myself. Mrs. Henley looked like she wanted to argue and had decided not to. Be careful between now and then. I will. He stood, picked up his bag. Thank you. For the call. He paused, because gratitude was a territory he navigated carefully, not because he didn't feel it but because he'd learned not to put too much weight on any single person's reliability. Thank you, he said again, simply. She watched him leave with the expression of someone who has set something in motion and is only now beginning to truly understand that it is moving. Thursday he was careful. He went to school, came home, cooked dinner, did his homework at the kitchen table, went to his cupboard. Vernon was in a reasonable mood, some work development had gone his way, which meant the evening was manageable, and Petunia had made a roast, which meant there was enough left for Harry to have a proper plate, which he ate cold in the kitchen after they'd gone to the living room. He did not take any recordings. He did not go to the attic. He stayed below the surface of the household's awareness completely and did it so smoothly that it wasn't even an effort. He had been doing this for 9 years. One more day was nothing. He slept well, which surprised him slightly. He'd expected to be awake most of the night. Instead he fell asleep within minutes and dreamed about nothing he could remember in the morning, and when he woke at 5 he lay in the dark for a moment and felt the specific quality of the day, big, close, real, and then got up and started getting ready. He put on his school uniform. This was important. He needed to look like a child going to school because that's what Petunia needed to see. He'd put his own clothes, a slightly less terrible pair of trousers and a jumper that was only 2 sizes too large rather than 4, in his bag the night before, and he'd change on the bus. Breakfast was cereal. Dudley had already eaten, leaving the cereal box open and the milk out, which was normal. Petunia was in the garden doing something with her roses. Harry ate standing at the counter, same as always, rinsed the bowl, and said, to no one in particular, that he was going to school. Petunia called something from the garden that might have been "Don't be late back" or might have been directed at the roses. Either way, he was out the front door with his bag on his back by 7:45. He did not go toward school. He went to the bus stop on Magnolia Road, and as he passed Mrs. Figg's house on the corner he paused for just a moment outside the front gate. The garden was tidy. The curtains in the front window were half open. He could hear cats somewhere, which was a constant at Mrs. Figg's house, the background note of the place. He thought about ringing the bell. He thought about what he'd say if she answered. He thought about the voice on the tape, "Hello, right person, I'm sorry it took this long," and something tightened in his chest briefly. He kept walking. He had a bus to catch. The 116 was mostly empty at this hour, 2 old men, a woman with a pram, a teenager in a school uniform different from Harry's who was asleep against the window. Harry sat near the back and changed out of his school uniform in the seat, which required some contortion, and stuffed it into his bag. The jumper was dark green and slightly too long in the sleeves, which he pushed up. He looked in the window reflection, not his normal appearance but close enough to normal that no one would look twice. He changed onto the overground at Kingston. It was busier here, morning commuters, adults with coffee cups and newspapers, the specific purposeful energy of people going to work. Harry sat in a window seat and watched Greater London assembling itself outside the glass. He'd never been to London properly. Little Whinging was suburb all the way down, the kind of place that considered a trip to Kingston to be a London-adjacent experience and left it at that. He watched the city arriving, denser, more varied, louder even through the train glass, and felt something in it that he didn't have a word for. Not excitement, exactly. More like recognition, as if something outside him was reflecting a quality he'd always had on the inside, which was the quality of a lot of things happening simultaneously and making a kind of sense if you paid attention. Twickenham was quieter. He found the address from Mrs. Henley's paper without much difficulty. It was a standard office building on a side street, anonymous brick and glass, a Met Police notice board by the front door with faded community safety posters on it. Not Scotland Yard itself, which he knew from his research was in Westminster and considerably more imposing. This was a satellite office, a working space, the kind of place where actual cases got assembled rather than announced. He checked his watch. 9:52. He was 8 minutes early. He went in. The reception desk was staffed by a man in his 40s with a look of professional patience and a stack of paperwork that suggested he'd been at work for several hours already. He looked up when Harry came in, did the usual double-take adults did when they encountered a child in an official building without an accompanying adult, and said, "Can I help you?" "I have a 10 o'clock appointment with Detective Inspector Ashworth," Harry said. "Harry Potter." The desk officer looked at him for a moment. "You're the 10 o'clock." "Yes." He picked up the phone, said something brief into it, and looked back at Harry. "Have a seat over there. She'll be down in a minute." Harry sat in the indicated row of chairs, blue plastic, slightly uncomfortable, the universal seating of official waiting areas, and put his bag on his knees and looked at the room. It was unremarkable. Notice boards with crime prevention posters. A water cooler. A door with a keypad. The faint smell of coffee from somewhere behind the reception desk. The keypad door opened 3 minutes later and Miriam Ashworth came through it. She was taller than he'd pictured. He wasn't sure why he'd pictured anything specific, with short dark hair going gray at the temples and the kind of face that had been lived in thoroughly, not unpleasantly, just with the evidence of considerable use. She wore a dark jacket over a plain shirt, and she moved the way people moved when they'd been moving quickly all morning and had now deliberately slowed themselves down for a specific reason. She saw him and looked at him with a direct attention that was different from the desk officer's double take. Hers wasn't surprised. It was assessing. "Harry Potter," she said. "Yes." He stood and held out his hand, which he'd decided to do because it was the gesture of someone who expects to be taken seriously, and she shook it without any of the awkwardness adults sometimes had with that gesture from children. "Miriam Ashworth," she said. "Come through." He followed her through the keypad door and up a flight of stairs and into a room that was clearly a meeting room rather than an interview room, no cameras on the walls, a round table instead of a rectangular one, chairs that were slightly better quality than the plastic ones downstairs. There was a recording device on the table, small and modern, which she pointed at. "That's with your permission only. We don't have to use it today. Your call." "Let's use it," Harry said. "It's consistent with how I've been approaching this." She looked at him again with that direct, assessing attention. "Ruth, Mrs. Henley, said you had substantial evidence." "Yes." "What kind?" He put his bag on the table and unzipped it and took out the gym kit and unrolled it and set the two exercise books side by side and then placed the carrier bag of cassette tapes next to them. He also took out, from the front pocket, the letter from the school, the one describing his enrollment address as the cupboard under the stairs, and laid it on top. Ashworth looked at the arrangement on the table without touching anything. "Walk me through it," she said. He did. He started with the attic, the loose board, the Tesco bag, Mrs. Figg's recordings. He explained who Mrs. Figg was without editorializing, just facts. He explained the content of each tape in sequence. He kept his voice level and specific throughout, and he watched her face, which was a good face for this kind of conversation because it didn't perform reactions, she just listened, with the focused quality of someone who has been trained to hear things without letting hearing them interfere with processing them. When he got to the tape of Vernon and the social worker, the sixth tape, the one with the boy is a problem we are generously managing section, she made a small movement with her hand that might have been involuntary. "That's a recording of a conversation during a family services visit in September 1990, Harry said. Vernon Dursley didn't know he was being recorded. The social worker's name is Karen Bowles, or was, I don't know if she's still in that position. The recording captures him knowingly misrepresenting the situation to a welfare officer and then, after she left, explicitly describing a strategy for continuing to misrepresent it to any future inquiries. How do you know he didn't know he was being recorded? The ambient sound and his manner. He's a very different person when he thinks he's being observed." He paused. "Also the things he says." She acknowledged this. "And the more recent recordings? The ones you made yourself?" 3 weeks of recordings from the kitchen. I've transcribed them all in the first exercise book with timestamps." He tapped the cover. "The second book is a timeline of events I can personally verify, things I've directly experienced, dated as precisely as I can manage, described factually. And my research on the applicable legal framework." He paused. "I knew you'd want to understand how I'd approached this." She looked at him steadily. "You did research." "I needed to understand what made evidence valid. What made a report actionable." He held her gaze. "I know I'm 10. I know that changes the optics. But I also know that the contents of those tapes are what they are regardless of how old I am." Ashworth was quiet for a moment. "Can I?" She gestured at the exercise books. "Yes." She opened the first one. She read the cover page, the formal one he'd written, evidence regarding the treatment of Harry James Potter, and then turned to the transcriptions. She read for several minutes without speaking. He watched her read without trying to manage her reaction, because managing her reaction wasn't the goal. Accuracy was the goal. He'd built an accurate thing. He was going to let it be what it was. When she looked up, her face had the quality he'd been hoping for, which was not pity and not disbelief, but a kind of settled gravity, the expression of a professional who has encountered something genuine and is now fully present to it. "The cupboard," she said. "You sleep in the cupboard under the stairs." "I have since I was about 2, he said. "I don't know exactly when they moved me in." Mrs. Figg mentions a small room with a cat door in her first recording. I believe that's the same space. "And the school enrollment address," she touched the letter. "A school I hadn't heard of until I found the letter in the attic. They'd been writing to me for months. The letters were intercepted." He paused. "That's a separate issue. I've included it because it establishes that people outside the household know the specific details of my living arrangements." She looked at the crest on the letter without saying anything about it. "I'll need to verify this independently." "I know. And Mrs. Figg, the neighbor who made the original recordings, she's still at the same address?" "Number 2, Magnolia Crescent." "Yes. I see her occasionally." He thought about the moment outside her gate this morning. "She doesn't know I found the tapes. We'll need to speak with her." "I assumed you would." He paused. "She was instructed not to report. By someone she won't name on the tapes. I think she'll be cooperative now, but she may have obligations she feels she can't breach. I wanted to flag that." Ashworth looked at him for a long moment. "Harry," she said. Not in the careful, managing way that adults usually said his name when they were about to say something difficult, but in the way of someone establishing contact. "I want to ask you something and I want you to answer honestly, because it matters for how I proceed." "All right. How are you?" "Not the case." "You. Right now." He thought about it with the seriousness the question deserved. "I'm functional," he said. "I'm not in immediate danger. I've had worse weeks than this." He paused. "I don't want you to treat me as fragile. I want you to treat the evidence as serious, which I think it warrants." She absorbed this. "The evidence is very serious," she said simply. "I'm not going to sit here and tell you it isn't." "Good. But I also want you to know, and this is not negotiable, that if I open a case, your safety becomes my professional and personal priority. That means you can't go back to that house indefinitely while we conduct the investigation. I'll need to make arrangements today." He'd known this was coming. He'd thought about it for 3 weeks. "I understand," he said. "I have one condition." She waited. "I don't want to go to local foster care. I don't want to be placed anywhere in Little Whinging or anywhere connected to the local social services office. My uncle has relationships there. I work with the metropolitan roster," she said. "You wouldn't go local." A pause. "That's a very specific condition for a 10-year-old to make." "I've done my research," Harry said. Something shifted in her expression, not quite a smile, but the thing that lives adjacent to a smile, in the territory between professional composure and being genuinely, helplessly impressed. "So you have," she said. She picked up the carrier bag of tapes. "I need to go through these properly with our audio forensics team. I'll need to take the exercise books. You'll get copies." She looked at him. "I'll also need a formal statement from you." "We can do that today, with your permission. I'll have a child welfare officer present. That's standard, it's to protect you, not to manage you." A pause. "Are you all right with all of that?" "Yes," Harry said. "Can I ask a question?" "Go ahead." "The recordings I made, of my own household. Are they admissible? I know I'm not law enforcement and I know covert recordings have specific rules. In England and Wales, a private individual recording a conversation in their own home," she started, "in which they are a party to the conversation, or which takes place in a location they have a right to access, is generally admissible as evidence in civil and criminal proceedings, subject to the court's discretion under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act," Harry finished. "I know. But I want to confirm that you agree." She stared at him. "I want to make sure I haven't wasted 3 weeks," he said. You haven't, Ashworth said, and there was something in her voice that wasn't quite what she'd come into this room with, something warmer, or maybe just more committed, the sound of someone who has stopped assessing a situation and started being inside it. You haven't wasted anything. Those recordings, combined with the original tapes and your written documentation, are exactly the kind of foundation that opens a case. She paused. A solid case. He nodded. The statement took 2 hours. The child welfare officer was a woman named Sandra, youngish, with a manner that was warm without being saccharine, which Harry appreciated. She sat to the side and occasionally asked clarifying questions in a way that helped rather than interrupted. Harry answered everything precisely, in the same flat, factual register he'd used for the written sections, dates, words, actions, context. He didn't embellish. He didn't editorialize. He simply described things as they had happened, one after another, with the same steady voice he'd been practicing in the dark of his cupboard for 3 weeks. Halfway through, Sandra offered him a glass of water, and he took it, and she looked at him with an expression he identified after a moment as the look of someone who is watching a person do something difficult while making it look easy and understanding for the first time how much effort that actually costs. He didn't stop. He went through to the end. After the statement, Ashworth had a phone call in the next room that lasted 15 minutes. Harry sat with Sandra and drank the water and looked at the wall and allowed himself a slight decompression, which felt like lowering a weight he'd been holding at shoulder height for several weeks, not dropping it, just setting it down for a moment. Sandra said, quietly, "You did really well in there." "Thank you," he said. "This is going to be okay," she said. Not in the reflexive, meaningless way people said that sometimes. In the specific, technical way of someone who works in a system and is assessing whether it's going to function correctly in this instance. Miriam is, she's the best. She's not going to let this get buried. Good, Harry said. Ashworth came back. She sat down and looked at Harry with the same directness she'd had from the beginning, which he had come to appreciate as a consistent quality rather than a performance. "I'm opening a case this afternoon," she said. "I'm classifying it as a priority child protection investigation, which gives me wider resources and faster timelines than a standard referral. The Dursleys won't be notified immediately, we do an initial evidence verification first, which typically takes several days." She paused. "In the meantime, I need to place you. Sandra's already made some calls. There's a family in Richmond, the Hendersons, they've fostered before, they've been vetted, they're good people." She paused again. "It's going to mean not going back to Privet Drive today." Harry thought about this. About his things, the remaining tapes in the attic, which Ashworth now knew about and would recover as part of the investigation. The tapes he'd already handed over. His school books, which were in his bag. His school uniform, also in his bag. His notebook, which he'd taken the pages out of and distributed between the exercise books. He had everything that mattered. He had been packing in his head for 3 weeks. "That's fine," he said. "Is there anyone you want contacted?" He thought about it. "Mrs. Henley at the library. She helped me get here." "I'll call her myself," Ashworth said. "Anyone else?" Harry thought about Arabella Figg and the voice on the tape saying hello, right person, "I'm sorry it took this long." "There's a woman on Magnolia Crescent," he said. "Mrs. Figg. She'll want to know I'm safe." He paused. "Don't tell her more than that today. Just, tell her I'm safe." "I can do that." Ashworth looked at him steadily. "Harry. You walked in here this morning carrying 3 weeks of solo investigative work, delivered a statement that would hold up in a Crown court, anticipated legal objections to your own evidence, and your main concern about leaving the house is making sure a neighbor is informed." She said this in a tone that wasn't quite disbelief and wasn't quite admiration but was somewhere between them, factual. "You're 10 years old." "I know," Harry said. "Is that a problem?" "No," she said. "It's the opposite of a problem. It just means I need to make sure," she paused, choosing, that you get to be 10, eventually. After this. He looked at her. The afternoon light was coming through the frosted window of the meeting room in a kind of diffused gray, and the city outside was doing its ordinary Friday business, and Miriam Ashworth was looking at him with the expression of someone who has found a situation unjust and has the specific professional tools to do something about it and intends to use every single one of them. He thought about the attic. The Tesco bag. The voice on the tape, "I want it to be known that I saw what I saw and I said so, even if no one was listening." "Okay," he said. "What do we do next?" And Miriam Ashworth opened her notebook and started writing, and the case, the real case, the official one, the one with resources and jurisdiction and a detective inspector who didn't let things get buried, officially began. Outside on the street, the city moved. Taxis and office workers and pigeons and ordinary Friday morning life, all of it completely unaware that in a first-floor meeting room on a side street in Twickenham, a 10-year-old boy had just done something that was going to make the next few weeks extremely uncomfortable for the residents of No. 4 Privet Drive. Harry drank the last of his water and set the glass down neatly on the table. He was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 4. The weight of evidence. The Hendersons lived in a terraced house in Richmond that smelled like coffee and dog and something baking, and the dog, a large, amiable golden retriever named Biscuit, met Harry at the door with the total, unconditional enthusiasm of an animal that had never been taught to assess whether a person deserved its affection before offering it. Harry stood in the doorway with his bag over one shoulder and Biscuit's nose in his stomach and felt something crack open very slightly in his chest, small and quiet, like the first fracture in ice at the end of winter. Sandra had driven him over in an unmarked car, with a folder of paperwork and a calm explanation of what the next few days would look like. The Hendersons were briefed at a general level: child protection case, temporary placement, specific details confidential pending investigation. They were not told about the tapes or the exercise books or Vernon Dursley's solicitor or any of it. They were told that Harry had shown exceptional self-possession in a difficult situation, which made Sandra almost smile when she said it, and that he would need space and quiet more than organized activity. Carol Henderson was a broad-shouldered woman in her 50s with reading glasses pushed up on her head and paint on her left hand that she hadn't entirely washed off. She shook Harry's hand the way Ashworth had, without awkwardness, without condescension, with the directness of someone who respects another person's sense of themselves. Her husband, Tom, was a retired teacher with a patient face and the specific stillness of someone who has spent decades in rooms with children and learned that sometimes stillness is the most useful thing you can offer. They showed him his room on the second floor. It had a window that looked over the garden. It had a bed, a real bed, with a headboard and a duvet and 2 pillows, and a wardrobe and a small desk with a lamp. It was not large. It was, by any objective measure, an unremarkable spare bedroom. Harry stood in it and looked at the window and the garden below and felt something that required more than 2 minutes but that he was not going to process right now because there was still work to do. "Bathrooms next door," Carol said from the doorway. "Towels on the rail, they're yours. Dinner's at 6, but there's food in the kitchen whenever, help yourself. Biscuit sleeps downstairs but he'll be at your door in the morning." She paused. "And Harry. We don't need to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. Tom and I have done this before. We know how it works." "Thank you," Harry said. She nodded and left him to it. He sat on the bed. He put his bag down. He looked at the room for a while with the particular attention of someone cataloging a new environment, assessing exits and acoustics and the quality of the quiet, which was a different quality from Privet Drive's quiet, warmer somehow, less pressurized, not the silence of things being suppressed but just the ordinary silence of a house in the afternoon going about its business. Then he took the small notebook he'd kept separate from the archive, a pocket one, just for ongoing notes, and wrote down the date and time and location and the name Henderson and the words, "Safe. Operational. Next steps, wait for Ashworth's verification phase. 3 to 5 days per her estimate. Be ready." He underlined "be ready" and put the notebook away. He was asleep by 9 that night, which was the earliest he'd voluntarily slept in years, and he didn't wake until 7 in the morning when Biscuit, exactly as predicted, arrived at his door and sat there making a sound that was less a bark and more an earnest editorial about the injustice of closed doors. He opened the door. Biscuit came in and put his large head on the bed and looked at Harry with enormous golden eyes. "Hello," Harry said. Biscuit's tail moved like a metronome set to enthusiastic. Harry put his hand on the dog's head and sat there in the morning light for a while and didn't think about anything at all, which was the most genuine rest he'd had in 3 weeks. Meanwhile, at number 4 Privet Drive, Friday was proceeding normally until it didn't. Petunia noticed Harry wasn't home by 4, which was when he was usually back from school. By 5 she'd rung the school, got the answering machine, left a message. By 6 Vernon was home and the message had migrated from the answer phone to the dinner table and taken on a different quality in the retelling, less the boy is late and more something is wrong, which was a distinction Vernon was sensitive to, the way a person who has constructed a careful reality tends to be sensitive to anything that suggests the construction is under stress. "He's probably at that bloody library," Vernon said. "Library closes at 5 on Fridays," Petunia said. A silence. "He'll turn up," Vernon said. He didn't. By 8 o'clock Vernon had driven twice around the neighborhood in the company car and was back in the kitchen with a face like gathering weather. He made a phone call. Harry, had he known about it, would have recognized the voice on the other end as the specific tone people used when they were calling a solicitor after hours, which sounded different from a regular phone call in a dozen small ways. The call lasted 4 minutes. Vernon's face, when he put the phone down, had moved from gathering weather to something else entirely. "Not the police," he said to Petunia. "What?" "Geoffrey says not to call the police yet. Draw attention." Petunia looked at him. "He's 10, Vernon. He's been gone all day. I know how old he is." He sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "He'll be at someone's house. He stopped. Something crossed his face that Harry would have recognized as the look Vernon got when he was reassessing a situation he'd thought was under control. "Has he said anything to you? Recently?" "About what?" "About anything. Anyone he might have spoken to. A teacher. Anyone official." "No," Petunia said. Then, more slowly, "No. He's been quiet. He's always quiet. More quiet than usual." They looked at each other across the kitchen table in the way of two people who have been jointly managing a thing for years and have both just had the same thought. "The library," Vernon said again, but differently this time. Petunia said nothing. "It doesn't matter," he said, in the voice he used when he was talking himself into certainty. "He's a child. A child making claims. No one's going to, Vernon." She said his name with a flatness that stopped him. He looked at her. "Geoffrey is a corporate solicitor," she said. "He handles contracts and property disputes. If this is what I think it might be," she stopped. Started again, more precisely. "We need someone else." The silence in the kitchen of number 4 was a different silence now. Not the silence Harry had grown up in, the managed quiet of a household maintaining its own story. This was the silence that comes before a thing changes. Vernon reached for the phone again. Saturday morning, Ashworth called Harry at the Hendersons on the number she'd given him, a direct line to her desk, which she'd written on a card. "We've started the verification phase," she said without preamble, which he appreciated. "Audio forensics have the tapes. Early assessment is good, the recording quality on the originals is consistent with the time period indicated, and your own recordings are clean. No processing artifacts, no edits." A pause. "They're real, Harry. In case you needed someone to say that officially." "I didn't doubt them," he said. "No, I know. I'm saying it because the forensics team needed to, and they have." He could hear her moving through a space, her office, probably, the background hum of a working building. "I've also verified the school enrollment address. The letter is genuine. I've made some inquiries about the institution and I've been told, she paused, and he heard in the pause something that wasn't quite puzzlement but was in the neighborhood of it, that it's a private school with an unusual administrative structure. There are some aspects of it I'm still looking into. They're going to send someone, Harry said. The school. They mentioned it in the letters. I know. I want to be the one who meets them when they do. Another pause, shorter. Something else. The Dursleys reported you missing last night. He'd expected this. What did you do? I confirmed to the local station that you're in the care of the Metropolitan Police's Child Protection Unit as part of an active investigation, and that the matter of your whereabouts is closed. A beat. They were told not to share that information with the family until I authorize it. But the family's solicitor, the family has a corporate solicitor who handles property law. He's already contacted the local station and been told the same thing. He could hear the trace of something in her voice, not quite satisfaction, but the professional's version of it, which was precision. They've engaged someone more appropriate as of this morning. Criminal defense. Good firm, actually. It tells me they're taking this seriously. They're scared, Harry said. They should be. She paused. Harry, I want you to stay at the Hendersons through at least Wednesday. I'm working through the verification and I want the forensics report complete before we take the next step, which is interviewing Mrs. Figg. He thought about Arabella Figg. About whether she'd been told he was safe. Did you? She knows you're safe. I called personally, yesterday afternoon. A pause. She cried. Harry looked out the kitchen window at the Hendersons' garden, where Biscuit was doing something investigative with a flower bed. He kept his voice level. Is she cooperative? Very, Ashworth said. More than cooperative. She seems, relieved isn't the right word exactly. Like someone who's been carrying something for years and has finally been given permission to put it down. A pause. She also said some things that I'm going to need to follow up on. About the instructions she received. About who gave them. The headmaster, Harry said. A silence on the line. You know about that, she said. She mentions him on the tapes. She never says his name. He paused. I have a theory about who he is. So do I, Ashworth said. And if I'm right, this case is about to become considerably more complicated than I initially briefed my superintendent. She didn't sound daunted by this. She sounded like someone who has encountered a complicated thing and is already organizing her approach. I'll call you Monday. If anything happens before then, I'll call you, he said. Good. She paused one more time, and her voice shifted slightly, not away from professional, but adding something alongside it. Are you all right? With the Hendersons? Yes, he said. And then, because she'd earned the more honest version, it's very different from what I'm used to. But good different. Good, she said simply, and rang off. He sat at the Hendersons' kitchen table with Tom's newspaper and a mug of tea Carol had put in front of him without asking and thought about what came next. Ashworth's verification phase. Mrs. Figg's interview. The Dursleys and their new criminal defense solicitor. The school and its unusual administrative structure and its imminent representative. A lot of pieces, moving simultaneously. He liked the picture when he could see all of them. He drank the tea and read the newspaper, and Biscuit came in from the garden with his nose brown from the flower bed and put his head on Harry's knee, and Harry put his hand on the dog's head again without thinking about it, which was a new thing, doing something instinctively instead of calculating first whether it was permitted. He filed this away as notable. Monday arrived with autumn rain and Mrs. Figg's official interview, which Ashworth conducted at the satellite office with Harry not present, which he accepted because it was correct procedure and because Ashworth had promised to call him after. He sat at the Hendersons' kitchen table with his pocket notebook and thought through the angles of what Mrs. Figg might say and how it corroborated or complicated what was already on record. Ashworth called at 2. She told me everything, she said. Her voice had a different quality, not exactly shaken, but altered, the voice of someone who has received a much larger quantity of information than they initially estimated. More than the tapes. She's been keeping her own notes for years, paper ones, in a lockbox in her kitchen. Dates, incidents, observations. She told me she started it 3 months after she hid the recorder, when she decided that if she couldn't act she could at least make the record as complete as possible. A pause. Harry, the documentation she has it's significant. It covers 9 years. Good, Harry said. There's also the matter of the instructions she received. She named her contact. He waited. Albus Dumbledore, Ashworth said. She says he's the headmaster of the school that's been writing to you. She says he's, and I want to quote her exactly because I want you to have the precise words, the most powerful and well-intentioned and completely wrong-headed man she has ever known. A pause. She seemed simultaneously terrified of him and furious at him, which is an interesting combination. She's known him a long time, Harry said. She has. And she's about to know him differently. Her voice had moved back into the precise professional register. I've sent a formal notification to the school requesting that Dumbledore present himself for an interview. The letter went by registered post this morning. Harry thought about this. Will he come? He'd better, Ashworth said, in a tone that closed the subject. Tuesday was when the Dursleys did something stupid. It wasn't catastrophically stupid, Vernon was not a catastrophically stupid man, which was part of what had made the situation sustainable for 9 years. But it was stupid enough, which was that their new solicitor, a man named Garvey who specialized in criminal defense and had presumably been briefed on the general outline of what they were dealing with, arranged for a woman to contact the Henderson household directly. Not Garvey himself. A woman who said she was from the Independent Child Welfare Review Board, a title that Harry filed immediately as wrong because he'd read enough in the library to know that no such body existed under that name. The woman spoke to Carol Henderson, who happened to answer the phone. Carol, who had fostered 6 children over 12 years and had an extremely well-calibrated sensor for when something was off, said she would pass on the message and hung up. Then she came to the kitchen where Harry was doing his homework and said, "Harry. Someone just called saying they were from the Independent Child Welfare Review Board, wanting to arrange a welfare visit." Harry looked up. What did she sound like? Efficient, Carol said. Professional. Like someone who's done this before. Did she leave a number? Carol put a piece of paper on the table. Harry looked at the number, then at Carol. That's not a government number, he said. Government office numbers have a specific format. That's a direct line, possibly a mobile. He paused. Would you mind if I rang D.I. Ashworth? Carol looked at him with the expression he was beginning to recognize as her version of being impressed, which was quieter than most people's. Go ahead, she said. He called Ashworth. He gave her the number. There was a pause on the line while she wrote it down. Good catch, she said, which was all she said about it. Then, Harry, I'm going to ask you something and I want you to think carefully before you answer. All right. The Dursleys' solicitor is Garvey. He's good. He's going to argue, when this gets to the CPS, that you built this case with a specific outcome in mind, which means you had a motive for misrepresentation. That a 10-year-old constructing his own evidence archive is itself suspect. Harry had anticipated this. The evidence has been authenticated by your forensics team, he said. Mrs. Figg's recordings predate my existence as a conscious actor in this situation by about 8 years. The social worker tape, Vernon recorded himself, essentially. None of that is contaminated by my involvement. I know, she said. I'm telling you because Garvey is going to make that argument anyway. And I want you to be ready for it. Not rattled by it. Ready. I'm ready, he said. A pause. I know you are. I just needed to hear you say it. She rang off. He looked at the phone number Carol had written down, then at his pocket notebook. He wrote the number down in the notebook under Tuesday's date and added a single word after it, clumsy. It was clumsy. Garvey was good, Ashworth had said, but whoever had made this particular move had either not been running it past Garvey or had misjudged how switched on the Hendersons were. Either way, it was the action of people who were scared and cutting corners, and scared people cutting corners made mistakes. Harry would wait for the next one. He didn't have to wait long. Wednesday morning brought a development he hadn't anticipated, which turned out to be the most interesting kind. He was in the Hendersons' garden. It was cold but dry and Biscuit required a walk regardless of weather, which Harry had taken over because walking was thinking time, when a woman appeared at the garden gate. Not Carol, not Sandra, not anyone he recognized. She was in her early 40s, perhaps, wearing a long coat that was slightly wrong for the weather and the neighborhood in a way he couldn't immediately articulate, not theatrical, just subtly not quite right, like someone who'd put on Muggle clothes based on a description rather than experience. Biscuit went berserk with joy. The woman crouched down to Biscuit's level with the ease of someone completely comfortable with animals and looked up at Harry over the dog's enormous head. Her eyes were sharp and amused and slightly guilty. "You must be Harry," she said. "Who are you?" he said. "My name is Minerva McGonagall," she said. "I'm deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." She stood up, brushing dog hair from her coat. "I've been sent to make sure you're, well, I was going to say safe, but from everything Arabella has told us, you've rather comprehensively managed your own safety." She looked at him with an expression that was reassessing something in real time. "And then some." Harry looked at her steadily. She looked back at him without flinching, which he liked. "Who sent you?" he said. "Albus Dumbledore." A pause. "He received a letter from the Metropolitan Police this morning." He was, surprised is one word. "Did he come himself?" "No." "Why not?" "Because," she said carefully, "I believe he is under the impression that he can manage this situation through intermediaries while he determines the most appropriate approach." She said this in the tone of someone quoting a position they personally find inadequate. "I came because Arabella rang me independently, and because I am the deputy headmistress of your school, and because," she paused, and something shifted in her face, something less professional and more human, "because there is a boy who has been left in an impossible situation for 9 years and I wanted to look him in the eye and say so." Harry looked at her. The garden was quiet except for Biscuit, who was now attempting to eat a leaf. "You work for him," Harry said. "Dumbledore." "I work for the school," she said. "Dumbledore runs the school." "Those are related but not identical positions." She looked at him. "I imagine you understand the distinction." He did. "Come inside," he said. "I need to tell the Hendersons you're here. And then I want to know exactly what Dumbledore said when he got that letter." She followed him inside. Tom Henderson, who was in the kitchen grading old crossword books for some reason, Tom-specific reasons Harry hadn't asked about, looked up at McGonagall with a mild surprise and said, "Hello." "Tom, this is Professor McGonagall," Harry said. "She's from the school. I'd like to talk to her, if that's all right." "Here, in the kitchen." Tom looked at McGonagall, who looked back with the composed authority of someone entirely comfortable being assessed by a retired teacher, which, Harry suspected, she was. Tom seemed to make a decision. "I'll be in the sitting room," he said, and took his crossword book and left, which was the Tom Henderson style of support, present, proximate and completely unobtrusive. Harry sat down at the kitchen table. McGonagall sat across from him. Biscuit sat between them and looked back and forth like a furry adjudicator. "Tell me about the blood protection," Harry said. She blinked, just once. "You know about that. Mrs. Figg mentioned it on one of the tapes. Blood protection. Something requiring me to be at that house." He kept his eyes on her. "I want to understand the logic. I want to understand why the magic, if that's what it was, required me to be miserable rather than simply in the building." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. There was something in her stillness that told him this wasn't a question she was deciding not to answer, it was a question she was deciding how to answer honestly. It didn't, she said. The protection required you to reside with your blood relative. Your mother's sister. That's all. A pause. The specific conditions of your residence were, choices. Made by the Dursleys. And known about, Harry said. By Dumbledore. Yes. And allowed to continue. The smallest pause. Yes. He held her gaze. Why? McGonagall looked at him with an expression that he would think about for a long time afterward, the expression of a person who has agreed with a decision they've been told they must agree with, and who is sitting across from the consequences of that decision and finding the sight of them considerably more difficult than the abstract had been. Because he believed the situation, painful as it was the safest available option. Given the threat. Given the people who would want to find you. She paused. He will tell you this himself. I think you should let him. I intend to, Harry said. But right now I'm asking you. He was wrong, she said. It came out clean and without hedging, and he could tell it had cost her something, not the believing it, but the saying it to him. About the degree of, he miscalculated. He believed the family would, he thought the bond of blood would produce a functional, if cold, arrangement. He was wrong. Harry looked at her for a moment. I appreciate you saying that. I'm sorry it needed saying. A brief silence. Biscuit had fallen asleep between their chairs, one paw on Harry's foot. Your letters, McGonagall said. Your Hogwarts letters. We realized fairly quickly they were being intercepted, but the headmaster, Dumbledore, thought it better to wait, to send someone. I know, Harry said. I read all 12 of them. He paused. I want to go. To Hogwarts. She looked slightly startled, which was a small victory. You want to, despite all of this? I've known I was a wizard for about 5 days, he said, and I've had approximately 1,000 more urgent things to deal with than processing it. But yes. I want to go. He kept his voice level. I have questions. A lot of them. About my parents, about what happened, about all of it. But those can wait until there's time. Right now, he glanced toward the sitting room where Tom's presence was quiet and steady, right now the case is the priority. She looked at him with something that he recognized, after a moment, as the expression Miss Goddard had worn when she'd read his essays, the expression of someone recalibrating their expectations upward in real time. I need Dumbledore to cooperate with the police, Harry said. Fully. Not managed cooperation, not him deciding what's relevant and what isn't. Full cooperation. Mrs. Fig as a witness, whatever access they need to his records of the situation, whatever he knows about the Dursleys' behavior and what he was told about it. He looked at her directly. Can you make that happen? I can tell him it's necessary, she said. Can you make him understand that if he doesn't cooperate, a detective inspector at the Metropolitan Police is going to spend a significant amount of time investigating the role of a third party who knowingly placed a child in an abusive situation and then instructed witnesses not to report it? He kept his voice calm and factual. Because that's the alternative. McGonagall was very still. I'm not threatening him, Harry said. I'm describing reality. There's a difference. Yes, she said slowly. There is. She looked at him. You would do it? Pursue that? Harry thought about it honestly, the way he tried to think about everything. I don't know, he said. He believed he was protecting me. That matters. But it doesn't make what happened acceptable, and it doesn't mean the institution he runs shouldn't have accountability for its decisions. He paused. I'm 10. I'm not going to make a decision about a grown man's legacy based on a conversation in a kitchen. But I need him to cooperate. The cooperation is not optional. McGonagall stood. She smoothed her coat, though it didn't need smoothing. She looked down at him with an expression that was many things and that would have taken a much longer conversation to untangle. "I'll speak to him today," she said. "He'll cooperate." "Thank you." She moved toward the door, then paused. "Harry. Your mother was," she stopped. Started again. "Lily was one of the finest students I ever taught. She had exactly this quality. This, precision. This refusal to accept inadequate answers." A pause. "I thought you should know that." Harry looked at her. He felt something, somewhere, not the sharp grief he might have expected, not with everything else occupying the same space, but something smaller and warmer, like finding a room in a house you didn't know was there. "Thank you," he said again, and meant it differently. She left. He sat at the kitchen table for a while after the gate clicked shut. Tom came back with his crossword book and sat down in his usual chair and didn't say anything, just turned a page, and Harry looked at the garden through the window where the afternoon light was going the particular slanted gold of autumn, and thought about his mother, and precision, and inadequate answers. Then he picked up his pocket notebook and wrote, "Wednesday. McGonagall, school will cooperate. Dumbledore incoming. Case moving." He underlined case moving. Biscuit woke up and yawned enormously and put his head on Harry's knee. "Yeah," Harry said to the dog. "I know." The rain came back on Wednesday evening and stayed through Thursday, and on Thursday afternoon Ashworth called to say that the Crown Prosecution Service had received a preliminary case file and had indicated they were interested in proceeding, which was the measured legal way of saying that what Harry had built was good enough to take to the next stage, the stage with prosecutors and formal charges and a date in someone's court calendar. She said it in the same direct, professional tone she used for everything, and Harry listened to it and felt the thing he'd felt in the attic 3 weeks ago, not victory, nothing so simple, but the specific sensation of something that has been set in motion finally reaching the speed at which it can't be stopped. "The Dursleys have been formally notified," she said. "They know the CPS has the file. They know it's a criminal matter." "How did they respond?" he asked. "Garvey's already been in contact with the CPS," she said. "Suggesting that the child, that you, have a history of troubled behavior and that the evidence was constructed with malicious intent." A pause. "The CPS prosecutor found this argument approximately as compelling as you'd expect, given that the original recordings predate your ability to construct anything." Another pause, and this one had a quality in it that wasn't quite satisfaction but lived next door. "They also found it uncompelling because you were very, very thorough." Harry was quiet for a moment. "What happens now?" "Now," Ashworth said, "we prepare for what comes next. Which includes me having a very specific conversation with a man named Dumbledore, who I understand is coming to this office on Friday morning." She paused. "I understand you've already had some communication with the school." His deputy came. "Professor McGonagall." "Yes, I know. She called me as well." A beat. "She seems formidable." "She is," Harry said. "But she's on the right side of this. I think she has been for a while." "And Dumbledore?" Harry thought about it. About the tapes, and Mrs. Figg's voice, and 12 unopened letters, and a boy in a cupboard for 9 years while a powerful man made calculations about the greater good. "I think he means well," he said carefully. "I think meaning well isn't the same as doing right. And I think he's about to find out what the difference looks like in practice." A pause. "I'll call you after the meeting." "I know," he said. "I'll be here." He hung up and looked out the window at the rain and thought about Friday. About Albus Dumbledore walking into a Metropolitan Police satellite office in Twickenham and sitting across from Miriam Ashworth, who had been doing this for 11 years and didn't let things get buried. He thought about what that conversation was going to look like. He thought about what it was going to change, and what it was too late to change, and the distance between those two things. The rain moved against the glass. Biscuit sighed. Somewhere in the house Tom Henderson put the kettle on, the ordinary sound of an ordinary evening in a house where a child was, for the first time in his memory, simply somewhere that he was allowed to be. Harry opened his notebook. He wrote one line. Almost. Chapter 5, The Owl. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Not from Hogwarts this time, he already had those. This one came through the ordinary post, delivered by the regular postman at 8:30 in the morning while Harry was eating toast at the Hendersons' kitchen table and Biscuit was conducting his daily campaign to be given some of it. The envelope was addressed to him in handwriting he didn't recognize, careful, slightly old-fashioned lettering, the kind produced by someone who had learned to write in an era when penmanship was a graded subject. Carol brought it through and set it beside his plate without comment, which was one of the things Harry had come to appreciate about Carol Henderson, her complete absence of performative curiosity. She treated the mail as mail. He was allowed to have mail. He turned the envelope over. No return address. A Surrey postmark. He opened it. Inside was a single card, plain white, with 4 lines on it in that same careful handwriting. I know you found the tapes. I heard you through the board that day, better ears than you'd think, at my age. I should have hidden them somewhere you'd find sooner. I'm sorry I didn't. I'm glad you're safe. A.F. Harry read it twice. He set it face down on the table and ate the rest of his toast and fed Biscuit a corner piece when Carol wasn't looking, and he thought about Arabella Figg in her house on Magnolia Crescent with her cats and her lockbox of notes and her 9 years of watching and being unable to act, and the specific courage it took to hide a tape recorder in an attic and trust that the right person would eventually find it. He turned the card back over and read it one more time. Then he got a piece of paper from the notepad Carol kept by the phone and wrote back, "You chose the right board. H.P." He posted it on his way to the library, which Ashworth had cleared as a regular activity on the condition that he checked in with the Hendersons at predictable intervals, and which had become his primary occupation in the strange suspended week between the CPS receiving the preliminary file and whatever came next. He wasn't at his regular school, the logistics of that were being worked out, something about records and temporary enrollment, so his days had an unusual openness that he filled with reading. Not legal texts anymore. He'd moved into the school's subject list, which McGonagall had sent along with a second letter full of what Harry privately categorized as extremely restrained enthusiasm. He was reading about transfiguration theory, which was genuinely interesting, and a history of magical Britain, which was interesting in a different way, the way that things are interesting when they reframe everything you thought you knew. He was deep in a chapter about the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy on Friday morning when Ashworth called. He stepped outside the library to take it, standing on the pavement in the October cold with the phone pressed to his ear. "He came," she said. "How was he?" A pause that had texture to it. "Exactly what I expected and completely unlike anything I've encountered," she said, which was not how she normally talked, which told him something about the meeting. Harry, he walked into this building in a purple suit and what I can only describe as a hat that should not legally exist, and he sat across from me and he was the most simultaneously infuriating and genuinely remorseful person I have spoken to in 11 years of this job." Harry watched a pigeon consider a chip wrapper on the pavement. Did he cooperate? Fully. Completely. He brought documentation I didn't ask for, his own records of Mrs. Figg's reports, going back to 1982. Written summaries of every incident she reported, with his own annotations. A pause. His annotations, Harry. Describing his reasoning. Describing why he determined each incident was, and he uses this word repeatedly, acceptable given the broader context. And now that he's seen what acceptable looked like in practice. Ashworth was quiet for a moment. "He cried," she said. "I want to be accurate, it wasn't performed, I've seen performed remorse and this wasn't it. He sat across from me with a file that described 9 years of a child's life in his own handwriting and he was, diminished. That's the word. He was diminished by it." Another pause. "He also said something I want to pass on to you directly. He said, the boy has a right to be angry with me. I hope, when the time is appropriate, that he will allow me to explain myself. Not to excuse myself. Explain. Harry thought about this. About the distinction Dumbledore had apparently made, between explanation and excuse, and whether he was the kind of person who understood the difference or simply the kind of person who used careful language to obscure the fact that he didn't. "I'll decide when the time is appropriate," Harry said. "Not him. I told him that," Ashworth said. He agreed immediately. A pause. "His documentation goes into the case file. It's significant, Harry. It establishes that a third party with knowledge of the situation made a deliberate decision not to report it to Muggle, to non-magical authorities. The CPS is going to find that extremely useful in terms of establishing the systemic nature of the neglect." "Good," Harry said. "There's one more thing." Her voice changed slightly, not in a bad direction, just in the direction of something she was approaching carefully. "Dumbledore wants to send you your school supplies. Your equipment for Hogwarts. He said, and again, I'm quoting, that it seemed the least he could do, and that your place has been held unconditionally, and that Hogwarts will in fact be the safest place in Britain for you once the term begins." Harry was quiet for a moment. "He's still thinking about the protection," he said. "The blood wards." "I imagine he's thinking about a lot of things," she said. "Tell him I'll accept the supplies. Not as a gesture, I just need them." He paused. "And tell him I'll speak to him when I'm ready. Not before." "Understood." She paused. "The CPS has scheduled a review meeting for the 17th. That's when they'll confirm charges and set the process in motion for formal proceedings. I'll need you there." "I'll be there. And Harry, this is the part where things start moving faster. Up until now you've been building something. From the 17th onward you'll be inside the process, which is different. It's louder. The Dursleys will have full legal representation and they'll use it. Garvey, or whoever replaces Garvey, and I think there might be a replacement coming, will be more aggressive in the formal proceedings than he has been so far." She paused. "I want to make sure you know what that looks like." "I know what it looks like," he said. "I've read the case law on hostile witness conduct and standard defense strategies in child welfare criminal proceedings." A pause. "Also some of it was on a television documentary the Hendersons had on last week." A sound on the line that might have been a laugh, quickly composed. "Right," she said. "I'll see you on the 17th. He went back into the library and picked up his book, and the pigeon outside successfully retrieved the chip and everything was ordinary and fine. The owl arrived on Thursday. It came through the Hendersons' kitchen window, which Carol had cracked open to deal with a cooking smell, at approximately 7 in the evening. It was a tawny owl, large, self-important, carrying a package wrapped in brown paper that was frankly too big for the bird, and yet the bird managed it with the unconcerned competence of an animal that has never considered the possibility of failure. It landed on the kitchen table, deposited the package, looked around at the room with large amber eyes, accepted the piece of toast biscuit had been refused earlier with enormous dignity, and left the way it came. The four of them, Harry, Carol, Tom, and Biscuit, stared at the open window for a moment. Tom said, "Well." "Yes," Carol said. Harry pulled the package toward him. He opened it. Inside were books, heavy, interesting, with titles that made him immediately want to sit down and read them, and a collection of other items he recognized from the list in the Hogwarts letters: ingredients, equipment, various implements whose purpose he was approximately beginning to understand from the theory texts he'd been reading. And at the bottom of the package, wrapped separately in a smaller piece of paper, was a letter in handwriting he recognized from the Hogwarts enrollment documents. Not Dumbledore's old-fashioned script, this was someone else's, brisker, more purposeful. "Dear Mr. Potter, your school supplies, as promised. The wand is the one item we cannot include, it must be fitted properly, and that requires Ollivanders in Diagon Alley, which we can arrange at your convenience. I suggest allowing at least 2 hours. I have also taken the liberty of including a subscription to Which Broomstick magazine, which is entirely unnecessary for first years but which I thought you might enjoy. I do not know why I thought this. Please disregard it if I was wrong. Your place at Hogwarts is confirmed. Your head of house will be me, which I mention not to predispose you toward any particular opinion of Gryffindor House but because I believe in transparency. You will be sorted on the 1st of September, along with the rest of your year, and whatever the sorting hat decides will be correct. The headmaster sends his regards and says nothing further, which I have advised him is the appropriate choice for now. Yours sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. P.S. Your mother was in Gryffindor. Your father also. I mention this solely as a matter of historical record. Harry read the letter twice. He put it down. He picked up the copy of Witch Broomstick that had been included in the package and paged through it with the composed expression of someone who is not interested in broomsticks and is nevertheless on page 4 before he's noticed. Tom said, "Is all of that normal for your school?" "I think so," Harry said. "The owl seems to be a standard delivery method." Tom and Carol exchanged the look of two people who have agreed, without needing to say it, that they have encountered something outside their frame of reference and have decided to be comfortable with it. It was a look Harry found extremely reassuring. "More tea?" Carol said. "Please," Harry said, and turned to page 7, which had a feature on the Nimbus 2000 that was apparently the current standard in professional Quidditch. A sport he'd read 3 paragraphs about yesterday and was tentatively finding compelling in the way that any system with clear rules and significant physical stakes was compelling to someone who had spent a decade navigating a system with inconsistent rules and physical stakes of a different kind. He put the magazine down after a while and looked at the books instead, stacking them in order of the curriculum and reading the first chapter of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration while Biscuit slept across his feet. The magic in the book was described matter-of-factly, as a subject with principles and techniques and a logical internal structure, which was exactly what he'd been hoping it would be. Not mysterious or arbitrary but learnable. Not something that happened to you, something you did. He went to bed that night thinking about wands and the conversation he was going to have with Dumbledore eventually and the CPS review on the 17th and a school that started in September and a hat that sorted people and what his mother had been like at 11 years old in a castle somewhere in Scotland. He slept well. The 17th arrived on a Wednesday and Harry wore his best available clothes, which were still slightly too large but were clean and intact, and Ashworth met him outside the CPS office in central London with a look that said the morning was going to be precise and purposeful, which Harry appreciated. The Crown Prosecution Service's offices were very different from Ashworth's satellite building. This was more imposing, more formal, the architecture of institutional authority done with marble floors and very good lighting. The prosecutor assigned to the case was a man named Callum O'Shea, 40-something, sharp-featured, with the eyes of someone who has read a great deal of evidence and has developed strong opinions about the difference between good of it and bad. He shook Harry's hand with the same non-awkward directness Ashworth and McGonagall had used, which Harry was starting to recognize as the quality shared by people who are competent at their work and don't feel the need to manage other people's perceptions of them. "I've read everything," O'Shea said, before Harry had said anything. 3 times. He said it not to reassure Harry but as a factual statement about his preparation, which Harry respected immediately. "And?" Harry said. "And we're proceeding." He laid a folder on the table between them. 3 charges under the Children Act, persistent neglect, willful cruelty, and deliberate obstruction of a welfare officer in the course of their duties, which is the tape with the social worker. We may add a 4th depending on what the forensic medical examination produces. Harry looked at the folder. Medical examination. Standard in these cases. It establishes physical evidence corroborating the documented abuse. O'Shea looked at him evenly. It will need to happen before the proceedings begin. I know it's not, when. Harry said. We can arrange it for this week. One of our appointed physicians. He paused. You can have D.I. Ashworth present if you prefer. Yes, Harry said. Please. O'Shea made a note. The defense will argue the evidence was manufactured. You know this. I know. They'll specifically target the recordings you made yourself, arguing motive and opportunity for misrepresentation. The original tapes from Mrs. Figg are clean, forensics has dated them conclusively, but yours are going to get the most scrutiny. He looked at Harry. Tell me, and be precise, did you do anything to those tapes other than record them and transcribe them? No, Harry said. I recorded conversations I was present for, or adjacent to, in my own residence. I transcribed them accurately. I did not edit, alter, or selectively present any portion of them. Osei wrote something. You understand that you'll be asked exactly that question, in those terms, on the stand. Yes. And that Garvey, or his replacement, it's now a man named Prescott, who is better, will go through every discrepancy between the transcriptions and the audio, however small, and present them as evidence of bad faith. My transcriptions are accurate, Harry said. If there are minor discrepancies, a repeated word I dropped, a pause I didn't mark, those are transcription convention, not manipulation. Any forensic linguist will confirm that. Osei stopped writing and looked at him fully. Have you studied forensic linguistics? I read a paper about it, Harry said. At the library. Mrs. Henley pointed me to it. He paused. It seemed relevant. Osei looked at Ashworth. Ashworth looked back at him with the expression of someone who has been saying I know with their eyes for 2 weeks and is glad someone else is finally in the room to confirm it. All right, Osei said. He turned back to Harry. The date I'm working toward is the 23rd of November. That gives us 5 weeks to build the full prosecution case, complete the medical examination, take Mrs. Figg's formal witness statement for the trial record, and prepare your testimony. He paused. Do you have any questions? Harry thought. Dudley Dursley, he said. Osei looked up. The son. He's a witness to the household conditions. He's 12. He may or may not have understood what he was seeing, he's had a very different experience of the same house, but he was present for a significant number of the incidents in my personal record. He paused. I don't want to traumatize him. But if his testimony would be useful, I think someone should talk to him. Another pause. Someone who isn't me, and isn't anyone connected to his parents. Osei made a note. We have child specialist interviewers for exactly that. I know, Harry said. I just wanted to name it. It's complicated. He paused. He's my cousin. He's also someone who grew up being shown a particular version of reality. He thought about Dudley with his video games and his pile of presents and his total incuriosity about where Harry was on any given day, and underneath that, the dim unease Harry had occasionally caught on Dudley's face, not guilt. Dudley didn't have the internal vocabulary for guilt yet, but something like it, something that knew things were off in the household without being able to say what or why. He might surprise you, Harry said. If he has the chance to think for himself. Osei wrote something and didn't comment. Ashworth was watching Harry with the look he'd come to recognize from her, the one that wasn't quite surprised but was recalibrating something. They talked through logistics for another hour. The medical examination was scheduled for Friday. The formal proceedings for the 23rd of November. Harry signed forms in 3 places and initialed 2 more and shook Osei's hand at the door, and then he and Ashworth stood on the marble steps of the building in the October afternoon and looked at the city. How are you doing? She said. Not procedurally. Actually. He thought about it. Better than I was 3 weeks ago, he said. Different kind of tired. The kind where you've been holding something for a long time and it started to feel lighter. Yes. He looked at the street, the taxis, and the gray sky and the ordinary business of a city that had no idea this was happening. I keep thinking about what comes after, he said. After the trial. After all of this. He paused. I've been so focused on the process that I keep trying to picture September and it's not quite there yet. September, she said. Hogwarts. He said it out loud for the first time, and it was strange in his mouth, big and unfamiliar and somehow exactly the right size for the shape of the thing it was describing. A school I've never seen. A world I technically belong to that I've never been part of. Magic. He paused. It should be overwhelming. I keep waiting for it to be overwhelming. Maybe it will be, she said. In September. Maybe. He looked at her. Do you think it's strange? That I'm not, that I'm just, handling it? She looked back at him. No. I think you handle things. I think that's what you do. I think you've been doing it so long it's become structural. She paused. I also think that doesn't mean you have to keep doing it alone. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. He thought about the Hendersons and Biscuit and Tom's crossword books and Carol's paint-stained hands and the owl landing on the kitchen table with the complete confidence of something that knew exactly where it was going. I know, he said. They walked to the tube station and parted ways, and Harry took the overground back to Richmond and let himself into the Hendersons' house with the key Carol had given him at the end of his first week, which he had put on his keyring and which was currently the only thing on his keyring because he hadn't had a key before. He stood in the hall and held it for a moment and then hung his coat up and went to find Biscuit. Biscuit was in the kitchen eating something he absolutely should not have been eating, which he immediately abandoned in favor of conducting a thorough investigation of where Harry had been all day by smell. Harry submitted to this and then washed his hands and sat down at the table and got out the Transfiguration book and read 3 more chapters, and when Carol came home at 5 she found him at the table with the book and a cup of tea that had gone cold and the dog asleep across his feet and the kitchen full of the ordinary golden light of a late afternoon, and she stood in the doorway for a moment looking at the scene before she said anything. Good day, she said. Productive, Harry said. Dinner in an hour. She put her bag down and reached for the kettle. New tea. That one looks fossilized. He looked at the cup. She was right. Thank you, he said. She made the tea and they sat in the kitchen in the comfortable silence of people who have established a rhythm, and Harry read his book and Carol marked something in a planner and the house did its ordinary evening thing around them both. Later, lying in bed with the garden outside his window doing its dark autumn rustling, Harry thought about what Ashworth had said. About handling things, and structural behavior, and the difference between managing alone because you can and choosing, deliberately, to let someone be alongside you. He thought about the card from Mrs. Figg. I should have hidden them somewhere you'd find sooner. He thought about McGonagall's letter and the Witch Broomstick magazine and the line about his mother being in Gryffindor, stated as historical record, which was of course more than historical record, which was, he was aware, the beginning of something rather than the end of it. He thought about Dumbledore sitting across from Ashworth with a file and his own handwriting being diminished by it, and whether diminishment was the same as change, and whether change was possible for a man who had decided a long time ago that he understood how the world worked. He thought, I'll find out. He thought about the 23rd of November, which was real and coming and going to be harder than anything he'd done so far. He thought about September. He thought about a castle in Scotland and a hat that made decisions and a world that was his by right that he'd never been allowed to access, and something moved in his chest, not the small fracture of the first morning with Biscuit, but something larger, a door opening rather than a crack forming, the specific sensation of a future that was genuinely unwritten presenting itself as territory rather than threat. Outside, an owl passed the window. Not the Hendersons' owl, he'd checked, they didn't have one, just an ordinary Surrey owl on ordinary Surrey business, following some owl-specific logic through the dark. Harry watched it cross the rectangle of sky visible from his bed and disappear past the frame, and he thought about the tawny owl landing on the kitchen table with that magnificent unconcerned confidence, and he thought, right. That's what it's supposed to feel like. He closed his eyes. He slept, and this time he dreamed, not clearly, not with any narrative he could reconstruct in the morning, but with the distinct impression of light and movement and a large space with high ceilings and a great many people and something like belonging, which was a concept he'd been reading about in theory for 10 years without access to the practical. He was looking forward to the practical. Chapter 6, The Reckoning. Dumbledore came on a Saturday. Harry had known he was coming, Ashworth had forwarded the request, which had been politely but firmly worded, which Harry understood meant Dumbledore had asked and McGonagall had reworded it, and he'd spent the 2 days between knowing and the actual Saturday with the particular focused calm of someone who has prepared for a conversation they've been moving toward for several weeks and is not going to waste the preparation by being reactive. He'd made a list. Not the archival kind, not transcriptions or timelines. Just questions, in order of importance, in the small pocket notebook. He'd written them out, looked at them, revised 3 of them for precision, and then closed the notebook and put it in his pocket because the questions weren't really about the notebook. He knew the questions. He just needed to make sure he asked them in the right order and let the answers breathe before he moved to the next one. Ashworth had offered to be present. He'd declined, which had made her look briefly like she wanted to argue, and then accepted. "You call me if you need anything," she said. "I mean immediately. Not after." "I know," he said. "I'll be fine." Tom and Carol were home. He'd asked them to be, not because he needed intervention but because he'd learned that having good people nearby was structurally different from having them in the room, and the difference mattered. Carol said she'd be in the garden. Tom said he'd be wherever the crossword was. Both of them looked at Harry with the steady, unhurried attention they'd been giving him for 3 weeks, which was the look of people who trusted a person's sense of their own situation without needing to supervise it. Dumbledore arrived at 11 exactly, which Harry noted as a courtesy, punctuality as respect, not as performance. He came through the garden gate that Carol held open for him, and Harry watched him cross the garden from the kitchen window. He was taller than Harry had pictured, though after McGonagall's purple suit comment he tried not to picture too specifically. He was wearing robes that were a deep midnight blue, which was the conservative choice for someone from a world where purple was apparently normal, and his beard was silver and very long and his eyes were very blue and his face had the quality of something that had been through a significant amount of weather and had come out the other side with more depth than it started with. He moved the way old trees move, not slowly, but with the particular gravity of things that have been standing for a very long time and know exactly where they're rooted. He came in through the back door, which Carol showed him to, and then she went back to the garden and left them in the kitchen. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was what Harry had expected and not what he'd expected simultaneously, quiet, warm, with the register of someone who habitually speaks to people with genuine interest in them. It was a good voice. Harry noted that it was a good voice and was careful about what he did with that. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "Sit down." Something moved through Dumbledore's expression, not quite surprise, but the thing that comes just after surprise is processed and composed. He sat. Harry sat across from him. On the table between them was a teapot Carol had left, 2 cups, milk in a small jug. "Will you have tea?" Harry said. "Please," Dumbledore said. Harry poured. He did it without ceremony, without any of the charged significance the moment might have invited, because he'd decided that the conversation was going to be direct and practical and he wasn't going to let it become anything else. He pushed a cup across the table. Dumbledore wrapped both hands around it. His hands were odd, one of them, the right, had a darkness to it that went beyond age, something that looked like damage of a particular and recent kind. Harry looked at it without making it a thing. He had enough things. "You have questions," Dumbledore said. "I have 7, Harry said. "I'd like to go through them in order, if that's all right. I'll tell you when I'm done with each one so you know when to move to the next." Dumbledore looked at him with those very blue eyes for a moment. "Of course," he said. "First question," Harry said. "The blood protection. Mrs. Figg's tapes describe it as the reason I was placed with the Dursleys. Professor McGonagall has told me it required my presence with my mother's blood relative, not any specific conditions of that presence. I want to know whether you understood, when you placed me there, what conditions I would be living in." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He looked at his tea. "No," he said. "Not fully. Not at the beginning." A pause. "I knew the Dursleys were, not warm people. I knew Petunia had a complicated history with the magical world, and with her sister. I believed, he paused, and Harry heard in the pause the weight of a person choosing honesty over justification. I believed that the love that activated the protection, your mother's sacrifice, would translate. That it would produce something functional. A family that was cold, perhaps. Difficult. But not, he stopped. But not what it was, Harry said. Yes. That's a question of belief, Harry said. My second question is about action. Mrs. Figg reported incidents to you starting in October 1988. I've read the documentation you provided to D.I. Ashworth. 17 reports over 9 years. 17 separate occasions on which someone told you that things at number 4 were not functional. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. What did you do with those reports? Dumbledore set his cup down very carefully. I reassessed each time, he said. I weighed them against what I believed were the broader risks, the people who were still searching for you, who would harm you far more comprehensively than the Dursleys were capable of. I determined each time that the risk of moving you outweighed the certainty of harm you already knew about, Harry said. Dumbledore stopped. I'm not asking you to defend it, Harry said. I'm asking you to confirm that I understand it correctly. You knew there was harm. Documented, reported, specific harm. And you weighed it against a speculative future threat and determined that the certain present harm was acceptable. The silence in the kitchen was the kind that has mass. Yes, Dumbledore said. That is what I did. Done with question 2, Harry said. Third question. The social worker who visited in 1990, Karen Bowles. Were you aware of her visit? Mrs. Figg reported it, yes. Did you make any contact with local family services to flag the situation, either before or after the visit? No. Did you contact the school at any point about Harry Potter's welfare? No. Did you take any action, on any of the 17 occasions you were reported to, that involved any Muggle authority or institution? A pause. No, Dumbledore said. I did not. Done with 3, Harry said. Fourth. My Hogwarts letters. You knew they were being intercepted. We realized after the third letter had gone unanswered, Dumbledore said. I chose to. I know what you chose, Harry said. I want to know why you didn't simply send a person. On the first letter. A person who could confirm receipt and have a conversation with the family about enrollment. Dumbledore looked at him. I should have, he said. It is as simple as that. I should have. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Done with 4. He paused. Fifth question. And this is the one I've thought about the most, so I'd like you to take your time with it. He folded his hands on the table. Why did you tell Mrs. Figg not to report? The kitchen was very quiet. Outside, a bird was doing something in Carol's rose bushes. Biscuit's nails clicked on the hallway floor somewhere distant and then stopped. Dumbledore looked at his hands, both of them, the normal one and the damaged one, and then up at Harry. Because I was afraid, he said, that if the Muggle authorities became involved, you would be moved. Placed somewhere that was outside my ability to monitor and protect. Somewhere that the blood protection couldn't follow, because blood protection is tied to a specific place, your mother's sister's home. He paused. I told myself it was about the protection. About keeping you safe from Voldemort. Another pause, and something in his voice shifted to a register that was more difficult, rawer, less composed, the voice of a person being genuinely honest at a cost. But there was also something else. Something I am less comfortable admitting. Harry waited. I didn't want the situation to become complicated, Dumbledore said. I didn't want an investigation, and inquiries, and Muggle officials asking questions about the wizarding world and how you'd come to be living with your aunt in the first place. I told myself, that the simplest solution was to keep things contained. To manage it within the channels I controlled. He looked directly at Harry. I was protecting myself and my world at least as much as I was protecting you. And I framed it to myself as entirely about you. Harry looked at him. He'd been prepared for excuses, careful ones, well-reasoned ones, the kind that took you halfway to agreement before you realized what was happening. He hadn't been prepared for that. For something that honest and that ugly said that plainly. Done with 5, Harry said, after a moment. 6th. My parents. I want to know, not everything, not today, but the core of it. How they died. What really happened. And whether there's anything about that night that I'm going to find out later that you knew and didn't tell me today. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he told him. He told him about Voldemort and the prophecy and the Potters going into hiding and the Fidelius charm and the secret keeper and what had happened on the night of October 31st, 1981. He told it clearly and completely, without softening it, and Harry listened with the same steady focus he brought to everything, feeling the shape of it settle into the architecture of what he knew. Some of it he'd half suspected from the history book and from what Mrs. Figg had mentioned obliquely on the tapes. Most of it he hadn't known. It was a lot. It was, he registered this somewhere underneath the processing, a great deal to know about the last night of your parents' lives. He did not use the 2-minute system. He held it differently from how he held the archive material, because it was different. It was his, in a way the Dursley documentation wasn't his, or was his in a different way, and he was going to need more time with it than a Saturday morning kitchen allowed. He looked at Dumbledore when it was done. Is there anything else? Anything you know about that night or about my parents that I'm going to find out differently later? Dumbledore considered this with the seriousness it deserved. There is a matter relating to the prophecy itself, the full text of it, that I have been deliberating about sharing. A pause. I believe you should know it. I also believe you are currently navigating enough. I would ask, he paused, carefully, not to tell you when I think you're ready, because I have demonstrated I am not reliable on that question. I would ask you to tell me when you want to know. Harry thought about this. September, he said. After I get to Hogwarts. After this is over. September, Dumbledore agreed. Done with 6, Harry said. He paused. He looked at the table, then back up. 7th question. And this one is different from the others. Dumbledore waited. I need to know, Harry said, whether you are going to do this again. Not this specific thing, you couldn't, the circumstances won't repeat. But the pattern of it. Making decisions about my life, about what's best for me, about what I should know and when and what risks are acceptable, without asking me. Without including me. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Because I am going to Hogwarts in September. I want to go. I think it's going to be genuinely important and probably remarkable and I'm looking forward to it. But I'm going as myself. Not as a piece in someone else's plan. And I need to know whether that's going to be a problem. The longest pause of the morning. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, the way people look when they're not composing a response but actually absorbing something. Harry watched it happen and waited, because the answer was important and rushing it would ruin it. I will try, Dumbledore said at last. I cannot promise perfection. I have been making unilateral decisions for a very long time and I suspect the habit will require consistent active correction rather than a single act of will. He paused. But I can promise that I will try, and that when I fail, because I will fail, I will tell you honestly rather than pretend I didn't. And I give you my word that I will never again allow harm to come to you through deliberate inaction. Harry considered this. It was an honest answer. It was the answer of someone who knew themselves well enough to make a qualified commitment rather than an absolute one, which was actually more trustworthy than an absolute would have been. All right, Harry said. Done with 7. Dumbledore exhaled, barely audible, just a slight releasing of something held. He picked up his tea and found it had gone cold and held it anyway. May I ask you something? He said. Yes. How are you? He said. Not, I have read D.I. Ashworth's welfare updates. I know you are safe and housed and being cared for. I mean, how are you, with all of this? With what you've been carrying? With what I've just told you?" Harry thought about it honestly. "I'm okay," he said. "I'm better than I was. He paused, looking for the right word. "I'm not finished yet. There's the trial, and November, and then September, and a lot of things to get through before I get to find out what okay looks like without any of this in the way." He paused. "But the direction is right." "I know the direction is right." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It is." He looked at Harry with something in his eyes that was complicated enough to take a while to unpack, grief in it, certainly, and respect, and something that might have been described as pride if that weren't a presumptuous word for a man in his position to apply to the boy sitting across from him. "You are very like your mother," he said. "In the specific way that matters." She could look at a situation clearly when everyone around her was adding distortions to it. She had, he paused, a very precise sense of what was real. Harry looked at him. He thought about McGonagall's letter. Historical record. "Tell me something about her," he said. "Not about the war. Not about that night. Just, something about her." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then something changed in his face, the weight of the morning's conversation lifting slightly, the oldest kind of sadness making room for something warmer. "She was infuriating in the very best way," he said. "She would ask a question in class and then, regardless of the answer, ask why with the patience of someone who genuinely expected the answer to be satisfying and was prepared to wait until it was." He paused. "Most students ask questions for marks. Lily asked questions because she actually wanted to know. It sounds simple. It is extraordinarily rare." Harry looked at his tea. "She also," Dumbledore said, with something in his voice that was the closest he'd come all morning to levity, "once turned Severus Snape's hair, temporarily, entirely accidentally during a defense class, a shade of orange that none of us could identify for technical reasons. She was mortified. He was furious. The orange lasted 6 days." A pause. "I don't know why I mentioned that. I suppose because it was a Tuesday afternoon and everything was ordinary and she was 15 and completely herself and the world was not yet asking anything terrible of any of us." Harry absorbed this. The kitchen was bright with the mid-morning light, and somewhere in Carol's garden a robin was being very emphatic about something, and Biscuit's nails clicked on the floor again and this time got closer and the kitchen door pushed open and a large golden dog came in and made immediately for Dumbledore, who startled and then, to Harry's considerable interest, reached out and scratched Biscuit's ears with the automatic affection of someone who has always had dogs and misses having them. "His name is Biscuit," Harry said. "Of course it is," Dumbledore said, and Biscuit put his enormous paw on Dumbledore's knee with the democratic enthusiasm of an animal that has decided everyone at the table is friends. They sat like that for a while, the old man and the boy and the dog between them, the tea gone cold, the garden light moving through the window. Not comfortable exactly. But real. The specific quality of two people who have said difficult things and come out the other side of the saying into something less pressurized. Harry thought about September. He thought about what it was going to feel like to walk into a world that was his by right and find out what he was capable of in it. He thought about a wand he hadn't held yet and books he'd already started reading and a castle with a hat that made decisions and a deputy headmistress who included magazine subscriptions in care packages for no articulable reason. "I want to ask you one more thing," Harry said. "Not on the list." "Of course." "The Dursleys," he said. "When this is over, when the trial is over and whatever the outcome is, what happens to the blood protection? If I'm not going back there." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The wards hold as long as you can call it home," he said. "Even nominally." Which means they'll try to argue I should return," Harry said. "After the trial. For the summer. Even if, I will not allow it," Dumbledore said. The quiet authority of it was absolute, no hedging, no qualification, no balance of considerations. Just, I will not allow it. Whatever form the protection takes in the future, it will not require you to return to that house. I will find another way. I should have found another way a very long time ago. Harry looked at him. Good, he said. Dumbledore stayed another 40 minutes. Carol came in from the garden at some point and made fresh tea and was introduced, and the conversation became something different, lighter, less weighted, Dumbledore asking Carol about the garden and Tom wandering in with his crossword and discovering that Dumbledore was apparently very good at crosswords, and the kitchen filling with the ordinary comfortable noise of people in a room together on a Saturday morning. Harry sat in it and listened and let himself be in it without calculating anything. When Dumbledore stood to leave, in the hall with his coat on, he looked at Harry one more time with those blue eyes. Harry, he said. I am sorry. Not in the way that asks forgiveness. Not yet, perhaps. But genuinely. What you built, what you had to build, and the fact that you had to build it alone, I am sorry. I know, Harry said. I'll see you in September. Dumbledore nodded and went out through the front door, and Harry watched him walk down the path and through the gate and disappear in that specific way that Harry was beginning to recognize as the departure style of magical people who were returning to a different kind of elsewhere. He stood in the hall for a moment. Then he went back to the kitchen where Carol was washing cups and Tom was doing the crossword with a companionable pencil and Biscuit was investigating the spot on the floor where Dumbledore had stood with enormous forensic enthusiasm. 7 letters, Tom said. Justice delayed, is justice denied, Harry said, without looking up. Gladstone. Brilliant, Tom said, and wrote it in. Carol looked over her shoulder from the sink with the quiet smile she had that wasn't about the crossword at all. Harry sat down at the table and picked up his Transfiguration book and found his page and felt, somewhere in the general architecture of himself, something that had been braced and load-bearing very slowly begin to do the thing weight-bearing structures do when the pressure on them finally, properly, reduces. Not done. Not finished. November was still coming, and everything that November meant. But the direction was right. He'd said it to Dumbledore and meant it and it was true. He read his book. The morning moved into afternoon. Biscuit settled across his feet. Outside the Hendersons' garden moved in the wind, the last of October doing what October does at its end, stripping back and making space for whatever came next. Inside, a boy who had spent 9 years learning to be invisible sat in a kitchen that was genuinely his for now, in a house where the lights were on and the dog was warm and someone had made tea, and read about transfiguration theory with the focused pleasure of someone who knows that understanding how things change is the most useful possible preparation for a world that is about to change completely. The pocket notebook was in his jacket on the back of the chair. The 7 questions were answered. The page was full. He turned to a new one. Chapter 7, Trial. The 23rd of November arrived with frost on the Hendersons' garden and a sky the color of old pewter, and Harry was dressed and ready at 7 in the morning when Ashworth knocked. He'd been ready since 6. He'd lain in bed for that last hour not because he couldn't sleep but because he'd decided to use the time deliberately, going through everything in order, not from anxiety but from the same methodical completeness he brought to anything important. The transcriptions. The timeline. The questions Prescott was likely to ask and the ones he was likely to avoid and the ones he was going to try to ambush with. The specific texture of Vernon Dursley's voice on a Thursday evening, and how to describe it without performing it, because performed testimony was always weaker than stated fact. He thought about Dudley. He'd been thinking about Dudley since O'Shea mentioned the specialist interviews, and he'd finally heard back, indirectly, through Ashworth, who'd been briefed by the interview team, that Dudley had been spoken to twice by a child specialist. The first interview had apparently produced very little. The second had produced something that the specialist had described, in the careful language of professional assessment, as significant and unexpected, and which O'Shea had told Harry, more directly, was useful. Harry hadn't asked what Dudley had said. He'd decided to wait and find out the same way everyone else would. Ashworth came in when Carol opened the door and accepted a cup of tea she didn't drink and looked at Harry with the assessing attention he'd come to rely on. "How are you sleeping?" she said. "Fine," he said. "Eating?" "Carol makes excellent food," he said, which was true and also entirely non-responsive, which Ashworth noted with a slight look that said she'd noticed but wasn't going to push it this morning. "Osei's already at the courthouse," she said. "He's got the audio forensics team's final report, it came in yesterday. Clean across the board. No anomalies, no processing artifacts, dating consistent with all stated timelines." She paused. "He's also got something from the defense that came in late last night." Harry looked at her. "Garvey filed a late motion," she said. "It's actually Prescott's work. Garvey's still technically on record but Prescott's running the show. They're moving to have your personal recordings excluded on the basis that you lack the legal capacity to consent to covert recording as a minor." Harry thought about this for a moment. "That argument has no basis in English law," he said. "The PACE guidelines on private individual recordings don't have an age threshold. And I wasn't recording covertly, I was recording conversations in my own residence." "I know," Ashworth said. "Osei's already preparing the response. He's not worried about it. He thinks Prescott filed it to rattle you before you take the stand." "Tell Osei I'm not rattled," Harry said. "He knows," she said, and for the first time that morning, something in her face did the thing adjacent to a smile. "He told me, and I'm quoting, that he's never prepared a minor witness less and worried about it more, and that he means that as a significant compliment." Carol gave Harry a piece of toast he didn't need but accepted for the same reason he'd accepted every piece of Carol's toast in 3 weeks, which was that refusing generosity from people who offered it correctly was its own kind of waste. He ate it standing up, which Tom observed from the doorway with the look of someone not going to say anything, and then he picked up his bag and said goodbye to Biscuit, who received this information poorly and communicated his feelings through prolonged physical contact with Harry's legs. "We'll be back this evening," Harry told the dog. "Go supervise Tom." Biscuit looked at Tom. Tom looked at Biscuit. An arrangement was reached. The Crown Court was in Kingston, a proper court building, Victorian stone and modern extensions badly matched, the kind of architecture that had been built to communicate authority and had since accumulated the additional authority of simply having been there a very long time. Harry had read about it, had looked at photographs, had thought about what it would feel like to walk in. He found, standing on the pavement outside it with Ashworth at 8:45, that it felt exactly like he'd expected, which was large and formal and entirely manageable. He walked in. Osei met them in the lobby with the folder he always had and the focused expression of someone who had been up since 5. He shook Harry's hand and said, "Ready?" "Yes," Harry said. "Walk me through the order of today. Opening statements first, mine, then Prescott's. Then I call Mrs. Figg as our first witness. She'll be on the stand most of the morning. After the lunch break, I call you." He paused. "Prescott will cross-examine. He'll be aggressive. Don't let him establish a rhythm. If he's asking long questions, give short answers. If he's asking leading questions, redirect them. Don't agree with his framing, even when his framing seems reasonable. If you're not sure what he's getting at, say so." "I know," Harry said. "What about Dudley?" Osei looked at him. "He's our final witness. This afternoon, after you." A pause. "Harry, I want to prepare you, the defense is going to use Dudley. Prescott will try to present him as evidence that the household was normal. That children grew up there without suffering. He's not going to get what he's expecting from Dudley," Harry said. Osei looked at him steadily. "I know," he said. "I've read the interview transcripts. But Dudley is 12 and he's been extensively prepared by his parents' legal team, and I need you to be ready for the possibility that what he says on the stand is different from what he said in the interview room." Harry thought about Dudley. About the dim unease he'd occasionally caught on Dudley's face. About Dudley thundering around the house without wondering where Harry was, which was what happened when not wondering had been made into a habit by the household they both grew up in. About the second interview, the one described as significant and unexpected. "I'm ready for any version of Dudley," Harry said. They went in. The courtroom was exactly what it was supposed to be, formal and quiet and arranged with the specific logic of a space that had been designed to make the arrival of truth easier by providing a structure for it. Harry sat where Osei directed, in the witness waiting area initially, and watched the room fill. The jury came in, 12 people, a cross-section of nothing in particular, faces that were paying attention or not depending on where they were in the morning. The judge, a woman named Honeywell, came in and the room stood and the room sat and it began. He watched the Dursleys come in. He hadn't seen them since October, since the morning he'd walked out of number 4 with his bag on his back. They looked the same. Vernon was in a dark suit that was slightly too small across the shoulders and his face had the color and texture of someone who had been under significant stress for several weeks and was managing it through controlled rigidity, jaw set, shoulders squared, the posture of a man who has decided that looking large and certain is a viable strategy for every situation. Petunia was in gray, her hair neat, her face doing the specific kind of blankness that Harry had watched all his life and now understood as what Petunia's face did when she was frightened and was not going to allow the world to know it. She looked at him once, briefly, when she came in. He looked back at her. She looked away first. He felt nothing dramatic about this. He felt the same flat, precise thing he felt when he was doing important work, which was concentration with no room in it for things that weren't useful. Prescott was younger than Harry had expected, late 30s, quick-moving, with the specific kind of energy that comes from being good at something and knowing it. He had the manner of a man who expected rooms to respond to him, which they generally did, and who was currently in the process of assessing Harry across the courtroom with an attention that Harry returned without blinking. Osei's opening was precise and structured and walked the jury through the architecture of the case the way a guide walks people through a building. Here's the foundation, here's the load-bearing wall, here's why this room connects to that one. He didn't editorialize. He let the shape of it speak. Prescott's opening was more interesting. He was good, Harry acknowledged this to himself with the same objectivity he'd applied to everything in this process, because knowing your opposition's strengths was operational necessity. Prescott talked about motivated testimony, about a child with reasons to construct a narrative, about the challenges of evidence gathered by an interested party. He was careful not to attack Harry directly, that would backfire with a jury looking at a 10-year-old, but he built the architecture of doubt with considerable skill. Harry watched it and noted where the gaps were. There were 3 of them. He filed them away. Mrs. Figg came in just before 10. She was smaller than he'd imagined, which was strange because he'd seen her many times on Magnolia Crescent, but she seemed different in this context, more present, or more solid, as though the act of coming here to say what she'd been prevented from saying for 9 years had given her a kind of weight. She was in a neat dark coat and her hair was pinned back and she walked to the witness stand with the deliberate pace of someone who has thought carefully about every step of this journey and is not going to rush the destination. She saw Harry across the courtroom. Something happened in her face. Not sentimentality, she controlled it too quickly for that, but something that was the private version of what the tape had been the public version of, the expression of a person looking at the person they'd been protecting inadequately for 9 years and finding them whole and present and fine. Harry gave her a small nod. She straightened and looked at Osei and was ready. She was exceptional. Harry had known, from the tapes, that she was precise and observant and committed to accuracy. What the tapes hadn't conveyed, couldn't convey, was what she was like under pressure, and Prescott applied considerable pressure during the cross-examination that followed Osei's direct. He went after her instructions. He suggested she'd misunderstood her mandate. He implied that a woman alone with cats who'd been placed in a neighborhood to watch a child was perhaps not the most reliable narrator of events. He was skilled about it, nothing he said was technically offensive, nothing that would make the jury's sympathy swing sharply, but the intent was clear. Mrs. Figg dealt with it the way you deal with weather. She didn't argue with his framing. She simply answered what she'd actually been asked and let everything else pass. When he tried to suggest that her recordings represented a skewed and selective account of the household, she said, in a voice of absolute calm, "I recorded what I observed. I observed what I recorded. The two things are the same thing." Prescott moved on. She produced her lockbox notes on the stand. 9 years of dated observations, handwritten, cross-referenced, some of them with clipped newspaper items from the local Little Whinging Gazette that corroborated specific dates and events. The jury looked at the stack of documentation with the expression of people encountering something they hadn't anticipated and were recalibrating for. O'Shea looked briefly at Harry across the room. Harry gave nothing back, because there was nothing to give, it was going exactly as it should. Lunch was a sandwich in a side room with Ashworth, who ate hers efficiently and briefed him on the morning's jury reads, which she was good at. "The woman in the second row on the left has been watching you for most of the morning," she said. "Not in a bad way, she's assessing. She'll be the one who has questions in the deliberation room." "What kind of questions?" Harry said. "Whether a 10-year-old actually built what you say you built," Ashworth said. "She's not doubting the content. She's wondering about the capacity. Whether someone helped you." Harry ate his sandwich. "No one helped me." "I know. You need to say so clearly on the stand. Not defensively, just as a fact. Where you got the information, how you did the research, what the library visits looked like." She paused. "O'Shea's going to ask you about it. Let him." "I know," he said. "Prescott's going to ask you about it differently," she said. "He's going to suggest the sophistication of it proves it wasn't you. That someone coached you, or built it for you, or that the whole thing is a coordinated effort by someone with a grudge against the Dursleys." Harry looked at her. "Who would that be?" "He'll probably imply the school. The magical school, though he can't say that in court." Harry thought about this. "The original tapes predate any contact I've had with Hogwarts or anyone connected to it," he said. "By 9 years. And my recordings were made before I found the Hogwarts letters, which were in a separate location in the attic. The timeline makes coordination impossible." "Put exactly that way," Ashworth said. "On the stand." He did. He took the stand at 2:15. The courtroom had a particular quality when he walked to the witness box. He noticed it the way you notice a change in air pressure, something shifting in the attention of the room, the jury leaning slightly forward, the judge's pen stilling. He was aware that he was 10 years old and small for it, wearing clothes that fit because Ashworth had quietly arranged for some, and that this was part of the picture the room was processing. He didn't manage it. He just walked to the box, stated his name and his age and his former address for the record, and looked at O'Shea. "Harry," O'Shea said, in the same professional tone he used for everything, which Harry appreciated because it didn't differentiate him from an adult witness, "can you tell the court, in your own words, how you came to find the tape recorder in the attic of number 4 Privet Drive?" He told them. He'd told this story before, to Ashworth, to O'Shea, in his formal statement. He knew the shape of it. He told it the same way he'd been doing everything, directly, specifically, without embellishment. He described the attic inventory, the loose board, the Tesco bag, the Panasonic recorder with its October 1988 battery label. He described listening to the first tape and hearing Mrs. Figg's voice. He described the specific words she'd used, "Hello, right person, I'm sorry it took this long," because he'd memorized them and because they were the exact words and the exact words mattered. The jury was very still. O'Shea asked about the subsequent tapes. Harry described each one in sequence, the same way he described them to Ashworth that first Friday in Twickenham. He described the social worker tape, Vernon's voice after Karen Bowles had left, and he said the words "the boy is a problem that we are generously managing" in a tone that was level and factual and did not perform them, which made them land harder than performance would have. He saw the woman in the second row on the left, Ashworth's jury reader, the one with questions, write something on her notepad. Then O'Shea asked about the recordings he'd made himself. "Walk us through how you decided to make them," O'Shea said. I identified that the original recordings were from 1988 and 1990, Harry said. I knew that a defense would argue things had changed. I needed to document the current situation. He paused. I also knew that the recorder was already there, in the attic. So I used it. How did you position it? On top of the refrigerator, in the gap between the fridge and the overhead cupboard. I tested it in the attic first to confirm it recorded clearly. He looked at the jury. The kitchen is where most conversations happened. Morning and evening especially. I made sure I was in or near the room when conversations were likely, so I could be present if anyone asked why a recording device was running, though no one ever looked. And the transcriptions in the first exercise book, you wrote those yourself? Yes. By hand, in the evenings. I used the strip of light from the hall nightlight. A woman on the jury, different row, near the end, looked up sharply at this. Harry met her gaze briefly and looked back at Osei. Did anyone help you? With the recordings, the transcriptions, the research, any part of the evidence you compiled? No, Harry said. Mrs. Henley at the Little Whinging Public Library pointed me to some reference materials when I asked general questions. She didn't know what they were for at the time. He paused. She also put me in contact with D.I. Ashworth, but that was after I'd finished the archive. She didn't contribute to it. Why did you do it? Osei said. Not in a leading way, genuinely open, leaving it entirely to Harry. Why not simply tell a teacher? Or knock on a neighbor's door? Harry considered this. He'd thought about how to answer it and had decided that the honest answer was the right answer, which it usually was. I'd tried smaller versions of telling people, he said. Teachers noticed things and used careful language and didn't follow through. A social worker came once and left satisfied. The local police had been to the house. He paused. I didn't think one more report was going to be enough. I thought evidence was going to be enough. So I built evidence. The room was quiet. I also, he said, because it was true and belonged in the record, read the Children Act. And I understood what I was entitled to. And I decided that understanding what you're entitled to is only useful if you do something with it. Osei said, "Thank you, Harry," and sat down. Prescott stood. He was good, and he was fast, and he came at it from the angle Harry had expected, the sophistication angle. How did a 10-year-old know about admissibility rules? Who told him about the Metropolitan Police's Child Protection Unit? How did he know to avoid local social services? The library, Harry said. I've mentioned that. A public library in Little Whinging. Yes. And you read, at age 10, the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. A case law summary of it, Harry said. Mrs. Henley's reference section is quite good. Something moved through the jury. Not laughter, the gravity of the room was too established for that, but something adjacent to it, a release of tension that had the same direction. Prescott moved on. He went through the transcriptions, pointing out 3 places where a word was dropped, 1 where a pause wasn't marked. Harry answered each one the same way, transcription convention, not error, verifiable against the audio. He didn't get defensive. He didn't get elaborate. He answered what was asked and waited for the next question. Then Prescott said, "Harry, you wanted to leave that house. You've wanted to leave for years, haven't you?" "Yes," Harry said. "And this whole process, the recordings, the case, being here, this is how you leave." Harry looked at him. "I left the house in October," he said. "I don't need a trial to leave. I'm not going back regardless of the outcome." He paused. "The trial is about what happened. Not about where I live." Prescott pivoted. He went to the recording's content, tried to suggest that conversations clipped for the recordings might have been longer, more contextual, that what sounded like cruelty in isolation might have been routine domestic conversation misrepresented. Harry let him make the argument and then said, "The recordings aren't clipped. They run from when I pressed record to when the tape ran out or I stopped it. The full audio is in evidence. Every word that's in my transcription is in the audio. And every word in the audio is in my transcription. You stopped the recorder at points, Prescott said. When the conversation ended, yes. How do we know the conversation ended? Because the background noise of the kitchen continues for approximately 30 seconds after the last spoken word on each recording, followed by the sound of me pressing stop, Harry said. The forensics team noted this in their report. It's on page 14. He paused. Paragraph 3. A very brief silence. I've read it, Prescott said. I know, Harry said. I've read it too. Prescott looked at him for a moment, not angry, not rattled exactly, but recalibrating, the look of someone who has encountered an opponent they've misjudged and is adjusting their strategy in real time. Harry looked back at him with the same attentive, neutral expression he'd been using for witnesses and judges and juries and everyone else in this room, because the expression wasn't a tactic, it was simply how he was, and had been, for as long as he could remember. No further questions, Prescott said, and sat down. Dudley came in at 4 o'clock. He was bigger than Harry had last seen him, a summer's growth, probably, and wearing a shirt that was clearly new and a tie that was clearly uncomfortable and the expression of someone who had been told many things about how today was supposed to go and was currently not sure any of them were true. He looked around the courtroom when he came in, the quick assessment of a 12-year-old in an unfamiliar space, and his eyes landed on Harry and held there for a moment. Harry looked at his cousin. He had not let himself think too much about this part. He thought about it now, briefly, about growing up in the same house, about the complicated and unspoken history of two children raised in the same building to have entirely different experiences of it, about the Dudley who had never once brought Harry a birthday present and the Dudley who had, once, when he was 9, pushed his own plate toward Harry across the kitchen table when Vernon was out of the room, without saying anything, without looking at him, and pulled it back when they heard Vernon's key in the lock. Dudley looked away. He was sworn in. He sat. Prescott had called him. That was significant, calling the son as a defense witness, building the argument of the normal household through the other child who'd lived in it. Harry watched Prescott's direct examination with close attention. Prescott asked Dudley about his home life. About meals. About family routines. About whether he'd ever seen Harry mistreated. The questions were structured to produce denial, and Dudley, initially, was producing it, not enthusiastically but adequately, the performance of a boy who'd been briefed and was delivering the briefing. Then Prescott asked, "Would you describe your home as a happy one, Dudley?" Dudley looked at his parents. It was the briefest glance, automatic, reflexive, the look of someone seeking permission for an answer. Vernon's face was rigid and absolutely still. Petunia's face was the specific blankness Harry had watched all his life. Dudley looked back at Prescott. "I don't know," he said. Prescott blinked. "Sorry. I don't know if it was happy," Dudley said. His voice was doing something uncertain that was underneath the practiced answers, the sound of someone whose actual thoughts were breaking through the prepared ones. "It was normal for me." "But," he stopped. "But?" Prescott said, very carefully. Dudley was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Harry didn't have a bedroom." The courtroom was completely still. "He slept in the cupboard," Dudley said. "Under the stairs." "I knew that. I always knew that. I had the second bedroom for my toys and Harry had the cupboard." He paused. "I didn't think about it much. It was just how it was." Another pause, and something in his voice shifted to something rawer, less prepared. "But I think about it now. I've been thinking about it since the people came to talk to me, the first time, and I couldn't stop." Prescott said, "Dudley, your parents' home had, he didn't have birthday presents," Dudley said, and his voice was doing the thing that happens when someone has decided to say something true and the preparation for saying it is finished. "I had loads of presents every year. I used to count them and complain if there weren't enough. And Harry didn't have any. Not one. And I knew that too, and I thought it was normal because it was our house and that's how things were. He was looking at the table in front of him now, not at Prescott, not at the jury, just at the table. But it wasn't normal, was it? I think I always knew it wasn't normal. I just didn't. He stopped. I didn't want to know. Prescott said, Dudley, Dad used to say things, Dudley said. About Harry. Just, at dinner, or when he was in a mood. He'd say things about him like he wasn't a real person. Like he was something they were dealing with. He looked up, finally, at the room, not at his parents, not at Harry, just at the room. And I used to laugh sometimes because Dad laughed and I thought that was what you did. But Harry was right there. He heard all of it. He stopped again. I don't know why I'm saying this. You're saying it because it's true, Judge Honeywell said, very quietly, from the bench. Dudley looked at the judge. Then, for the first time, he looked at Harry. Harry looked back at him. He didn't know what his face was doing and didn't try to manage it. He looked at his cousin, this boy he'd grown up alongside in the same house on different planets, and he felt something complicated that wasn't forgiveness and wasn't anger but was somewhere in the territory between them, something that had to do with what happens to children when they're given a crooked map of the world and navigate by it for 12 years and then someone shows them the real one. I'm sorry, Dudley said. It was aimed at the table, or the room, or possibly specifically at Harry. It was impossible to say, but Harry received it as the specific and genuine thing it was. Prescott redirected several times. He tried to re-establish the narrative. He was competent and persistent and it didn't work, because the thing Dudley had said was the kind of thing that can't be unsaid in a room full of people whose job it is to weigh truth, and the jury was weighing it visibly. Osei's cross-examination of Dudley was mercifully brief, just enough to confirm the specific statements, to get them clearly on record, to not push harder than necessary on a 12-year-old who had already done something that cost him. When Dudley was stood down he walked past the defense table and past his parents without looking at them, which was the most significant thing Harry had watched all day. The closing arguments came the next morning. Osei's was 45 minutes of structured, comprehensive, methodical assembly, everything Harry had built, everything Mrs. Figg had documented, everything Dumbledore's files had corroborated, everything Dudley had said, assembled into a single coherent structure. He didn't reach for emotion. He let the facts be emotional, because they didn't need help. Prescott's closing was good. He was good. Harry gave him that. He argued motivated testimony, argued the sophistication of the evidence as suspicious rather than impressive, argued that a family's imperfections didn't constitute criminality. He was skilled and he was thorough and he worked with the material he had. The material he had was not enough. Harry sat in the courtroom through Osei's closing and Prescott's closing and Judge Honeywell's summing up, which was measured and clear and gave the jury exactly what they needed to make a decision based on evidence rather than sympathy. He sat with his hands in his lap and his back straight and his face doing the thing it always did, which was hold. Ashworth sat beside him. At one point during Osei's closing her hand moved slightly on the armrest between them and then stilled. It was the gesture of someone who wanted to offer contact and decided not to impose it. Harry moved his hand onto the armrest and left it there. She didn't move hers. They sat like that, not quite touching, for the last 20 minutes of the closing. The jury was out for a day and a half. Harry went back to the Hendersons. He read his Transfiguration book. He walked Biscuit. He ate dinner with Tom and Carol on Thursday evening and they watched a nature documentary and Biscuit fell asleep on the sofa between Harry and Carol, and no one talked about what was happening because there was nothing to say that wasn't already known. Friday morning at 10:47, the phone rang. Ashworth. Her voice was the same voice she always had, professional and direct, and what she said was, guilty. All 3 counts. Vernon Dursley, guilty of persistent neglect, guilty of willful cruelty, guilty of obstruction of a welfare officer. Petunia Dursley, guilty of persistent neglect, guilty of willful cruelty. Sentencing is scheduled for the 14th of December. Harry stood in the Hendersons' hallway with the phone in his hand and the hedgehog nightlight. Carol had put it in the hall because she'd thought it was sweet, and it was still there, glowing orange on the wall, and he said, "Thank you." "Harry," Ashworth said. "Yes. You built something extraordinary." She said it the same way she said everything, directly, without embellishment. "What you built, alone, at 10 years old, in a cupboard under the stairs, that is what convicted them. Not my investigation. Not Osei's prosecution. Yours." He stood with the phone and looked at the orange light and felt the thing that had been braced and load-bearing since October's shift in a final, conclusive way, not dramatically, not with any of the release he might have expected. Just, done. The weight, redistributed. The structure, no longer needed in the same form. "I'll see you in December," he said. "For sentencing." "I'll be there," she said. He put the phone down. He stood in the hallway for a moment. Then he went to the kitchen where Tom was having his morning tea and Carol was reading something and Biscuit was doing his morning floor more actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 8, Platform 9 3/4 December came in cold and final, and the sentencing was on a grey Tuesday morning that smelled like the beginning of winter. Harry stood in the corridor outside the courtroom with Ashworth and Osei and felt the specific quality of endings, not the cinematic kind, not the kind that announces itself with swelling music and clear resolution, but the real kind, which is quieter and more ambiguous and arrives in ordinary clothes on a Tuesday morning in a drafty courthouse corridor. Vernon got 18 months. Petunia got 12, suspended on the condition of completion of a supervised rehabilitation program, which Osei had pushed for and Judge Honeywell had granted, and which Harry had been told about in advance and had spent a night deciding how he felt about, which was complicated, and also fine, and also not his to determine. Justice was not the same as revenge. He'd known that since the beginning. He watched them come out of the courtroom. Vernon had lost weight in the past weeks, which his suit communicated clearly. He looked at Harry in the corridor as the custody officers moved him through, and the look was not the look of a man who had accepted what had happened or understood it or been diminished by it in any useful way. It was the look of a man who was angry and intended to remain so, which was its own kind of information. Petunia was different. She stopped, briefly, in the corridor. The custody officer didn't hurry her, there was a moment of professional tolerance, a pause allowed. She looked at Harry with the face she'd had in the kitchen that last evening, the one he hadn't had a ready category for. She was in grey again. She looked older than she had in October. She said, "I don't expect you to understand." "I understand more than you think," Harry said. Something moved in her face. "Lily," she said, and then stopped, as if the word had used up its own permission. She looked at him for another moment, at his eyes, specifically, the way people sometimes did who'd known his mother, the eyes being apparently a particular point of resemblance, and then she walked on. He watched her go. He didn't feel much about it. He noted that he expected to feel more than he did, and noted that the not feeling more was itself a kind of information about how much work the past 3 months had done, redistributing and processing things that would have otherwise stayed in the cupboard with him, pressed under 9 years of accumulated weight. Ashworth stood beside him. She didn't say anything. He appreciated that. Osei shook his hand in the corridor and said what he said every time, which was a factual summary of what had been accomplished, delivered in the tone of a man who finds satisfaction in the closing of properly structured cases. Harry shook his hand back. They'd done good work together. That was a real thing, and he let it be one. Outside the courthouse the December air was sharp and the city was doing its pre-Christmas acceleration, the specific energy of a city that has decided the year is over and is now simply consuming the remainder of it. Harry stood on the pavement and breathed it and thought, done. Then Ashworth said, "So. September." He looked at her. "September," he confirmed. She nodded slowly. She had her coat on and her hands in her pockets, and the look she got when she was processing something she wasn't quite ready to say in operational language. "I've been thinking about that," she said. "About you going to a school I can't visit or contact you at through normal channels." A pause. "About the fact that I got a letter from your deputy headmistress explaining the school's security situation in terms that I chose to find reassuring and that I'm not entirely sure I did find reassuring." "McGonagall wrote to you?" Harry said. "Extensively," Ashworth said. "She's very thorough. She also sent a tin of shortbread, which I don't know what to do with professionally but was extremely good shortbread." A pause. "She said you'd be the safest you've ever been." "I believe her," Harry said. "I know you do." Ashworth looked at him. She had the same direct attention she'd had since the first morning in the meeting room in Twickenham, the one that didn't perform reactions. "Harry. I want to say something and I want to say it right." He waited. "When you walked into that building in October," she said, "with a carrier bag of cassette tapes and 2 exercise books and the most precisely organized case file I've received from any witness in 11 years, I thought I understood what I was looking at. A very capable child in a very bad situation who had done something remarkable under impossible circumstances." She paused. "And that's true. That's all true. But it's not the whole thing." He looked at her steadily. "The whole thing," she said, "is that in the 3 months since then you've managed a legal process, a confrontation with a powerful man who made decisions about your life, the discovery of an entirely different world you belong to, your first owl, your cousin's testimony, a trial, and a sentencing. And you've done it all with this quality you have, this absolute refusal to be less than you are, to make yourself smaller because the situation seems to require it." She stopped. "What I'm trying to say, badly, is that the remarkable thing was never the case. The remarkable thing is you." Harry was quiet for a moment. A bus went past on the street. Somebody's Christmas shopping bags rustled in the wind. "You're going to make me use the 2-minute system," he said. She looked at him. "The what?" "Something I do," he said. "When I feel something that needs, I give it 2 minutes. Then I go back to work." She stared at him for a moment. Then she said, very quietly, "Harry. You are allowed to feel things for longer than 2 minutes." He absorbed this. "I know," he said. "I'm working on it." "Good." She looked at him for one more moment. Then she held out her hand, and he shook it, and she held it an extra beat before releasing it. "Write to me," she said. "I don't care how. Owl, letter, interpretive dance, whatever the school permits. Just tell me you're all right, occasionally." "I will," he said. And he meant it. The Hendersons had a Christmas tree when he got home, which had appeared while he'd been at the courthouse and which Biscuit had already investigated comprehensively, evidenced by a slightly crooked lower branch and a suspicious quantity of gold tinsel in Biscuit's fur. Carol was in the kitchen making something that smelled like the good kind of complicated. Tom was attempting to teach Biscuit to not eat the tree, a project proceeding with mixed results. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the house doing its warm December evening thing and felt the thing that had been cracking open since the first morning, the ice fracture thing, small and quiet, finish opening. Not dramatically. Not all at once. Just, fully. He went and helped Tom with the tree, which mostly meant redirecting Biscuit with strategic toy placement, and then helped Carol with dinner, which was complicated in the good way and involved more pans than seemed strictly necessary and a recipe card that had been used so many times it was barely legible. He set the table and ate the food and listened to Tom's story about a crossword clue that had turned out to reference something obscure about the Treaty of Utrecht, which led to a 20-minute conversation about the Treaty of Utrecht that Harry found genuinely interesting and that seemed to surprise Tom, who said, "I forget sometimes that you actually like things," in a tone that was fond rather than sad, though it landed both ways. "I like most things," Harry said. "I just haven't always had the opportunity to show it." Carol gave him a look from across the table that said she'd filed this information and would be returning to it. He helped wash up and then went to his room and sat on the bed with the Transfiguration book for a while, but he wasn't really reading. He was thinking about September, which was technically 9 months away and felt simultaneously very far and very close, the way important things do when you've been moving toward them through a lot of intervening geography. He'd been to Diagon Alley the previous week, arranged by McGonagall through Ashworth with the logistics of a military operation. He'd gone with McGonagall herself, who moved through Diagon Alley with the brisk authority of a woman who has navigated it for 40 years and has strong opinions about which shops are efficient and which are not. The wand had taken an hour at Ollivander's, which was old and creaking and full of a specific kind of interesting that Harry had filed immediately as a place he would want to spend a very long time in when not under time pressure. The wand that chose him was 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, and when he held it something happened in his chest that was entirely different from everything else that had happened in his chest in the past 3 months, not the load-bearing structure shift or the ice fracture or the door opening. Something more like a chord striking, the sound of something finding its resonance. He'd made sparks with it in Ollivander's, and then he'd put it in his pocket and McGonagall had steered him efficiently toward the bookshop, but he'd thought about it for the rest of the afternoon. He took it out now, sitting on the Hendersons' bed in December, and held it. The wood was warm, it had been warm since the moment he'd picked it up, which Ollivander had said was a favorable sign with unnecessary mysteriousness, which Harry was learning was a general characteristic of magical people discussing anything about wands. He turned it in his hands and thought about what it represented, which was the other half of what he was. The half that had been kept away, kept quiet, turned into something suspicious and strange rather than simply what it was. He pointed it at the lamp on the desk. He thought about light. The lamp pulsed, a warm, golden swell, twice its normal brightness, and then back to ordinary. Not controlled, not intentional in the technical sense. Just, responsive. Magic responding to intention the way a very good instrument responds to a musician who knows what sound they're looking for even if they don't yet know all the technique. He put the wand on the bedside table and picked up the book. He read until midnight. January was school, local school, temporary enrollment that Ashworth had arranged through channels, a school in Richmond where no one knew him and he was simply a new student mid-year, which was unusual enough to generate a brief period of social attention and then not unusual enough to sustain it, and he settled into the anonymity of the new kid with the easy competence of someone who had spent years being invisible and could now choose where to direct that skill. He was good at school. He'd always been good at school, he'd spent years managing it, not doing too well because doing too well irritated the Dursleys, arriving at a calibrated competence that sat just below excellence. He stopped managing it in January. He did the work to the level the work warranted, which was usually quite high, and discovered that teachers who weren't operating in the ecosystem of number 4 Privet Drive generally found this pleasing rather than alarming. He read ahead. He asked questions. He was the boy in the library at lunch who was working through something that wasn't on the curriculum and didn't mind being seen doing it. He thought about Hogwarts constantly, which was its own curriculum. McGonagall wrote, which he found he'd expected and was glad of. The letters had her characteristic quality, informative, brisk, with the occasional insertion of something warmer that seemed to catch her slightly by surprise each time, as though she was still calibrating what kind of correspondence this was. She told him about the school. About the structure of it, the houses, the subjects. She mentioned a defense against the dark arts professor who had joined that year and whom she described, in 3 words, as theoretically adequate, which Harry understood as damning. She mentioned that the Quidditch season was underway and that Gryffindor was performing respectably, then crossed out respectably and wrote adequately, which Harry suspected was a downgrade prompted by a recent loss she didn't want to discuss. He wrote back. Longer letters than he'd expected to write, he found he had things to say, once there was someone to say them to, the way you find you're hungry once food is actually in front of you. He told her about the Richmond school. He told her about Tom's crosswords. He told her he'd been reading ahead in the Transfiguration text and had a question about the principle of reciprocal transfiguration that the book addressed in what seemed to him an incomplete way. Her response to this was 3 pages long, single-spaced, and so dense with precise technical information that he read it 4 times, which he suspected was exactly what she'd intended. He told Ashworth he was all right, by letter, twice a month as agreed. She wrote back in bullet points, which was completely consistent with everything he knew about her and which made him smile in the specific way you smile at things that are exactly what they should be. He visited Mrs. Figg in February. She was at home when he knocked, which he'd half expected. She was almost always at home. She opened the door and looked at him, and the expression on her face was the one from the courthouse, the controlled version of something much larger, and she held the door open and said, "Come in, then. I'll make tea." The house was exactly as he'd imagined from the tapes, cats everywhere, the particular warm chaos of a space that had been organized by someone who cared more about occupants than aesthetics, photographs on the walls that he looked at while she made tea in the kitchen. Some of the photographs were magical, they moved, the people in them shifting and gesturing, which still gave him a slight double-take even though he'd had weeks to get used to the idea. One of them was a photograph of his parents. He stood in front of it for a long moment. His father, tall, dark-haired, the glasses identical to Harry's own, laughing at something off to the left of the frame. His mother, red-haired, green-eyed, looking at the camera with an expression that Harry recognized with a jolt that went all the way down, because it was the expression of someone paying careful attention to the world and finding it interesting, and he had seen that expression in mirrors. Mrs. Figg came in with the tea and saw where he was looking. "I took that in 1979, she said. At a summer party. Somewhere in Godric's Hollow." She stood beside him and looked at it. She was 20. She'd just gotten her potions mastery. Your father had bought her something extravagant to celebrate and was already regretting how extravagant it was because she told him it was too much, and he was trying to explain that it wasn't, and she was ignoring him with great authority. A pause. They were very happy. Harry looked at his mother's face. He thought about precision, and the refusal to accept inadequate answers, and 6 days of orange hair in a defense class on an ordinary Tuesday. He thought about the letter written by someone who knew exactly what they were sacrificing when they made that sacrifice, which was everything, and who did it anyway. "Thank you," he said. "For the tape recorder." Mrs. Figg was quiet for a moment. "I shouldn't have needed to hide it," she said. "I should have acted. Reported. Regardless of what I was told." "You made the record," he said. "You preserved it. That was what I needed. It wasn't enough. It was what was available to you," he said. "And it was enough when I found it." He looked at her. "You said sorry in the card. You don't need to keep being sorry. What matters is what comes next." She looked at him with those eyes that had watched him for 9 years from behind a net curtain, that had recorded and documented and ached and been unable to do more than that, and something in them settled, not resolved, not finished, but resting in a new position. "What does come next?" she said. "September," he said. "Hogwarts. Everything that comes after that." "Yes." She poured the tea. "Sit down. I'll tell you about the castle. I've never been inside, but James used to describe it." A pause. "Specifically the staircases, which apparently move, and which James treated as a personal challenge and Lily treated as a safety hazard, and they were both completely right." He sat. She talked. The cats arranged themselves around the room with the democratic approval they apparently extended to all guests, and the February afternoon light came through the net curtains and the photographs on the walls moved and shifted in their frames, and Harry drank his tea and listened to his mother being 20 years old and alive in someone else's memory, which was not the same as being alive but was something, and was genuinely enough for a Tuesday afternoon in February. The months between February and September had a quality he hadn't experienced before, which was the quality of time you're actually living in rather than surviving. He noticed it in the way he noticed things now, directly, with curiosity rather than calculation. He noticed that he was eating enough, consistently, without having to engineer it. He noticed that when he was interested in something he let himself be interested in it completely rather than monitoring whether the interest was going to cost him anything. He noticed that he laughed more often, which was connected to Tom's crosswords and Carol's cooking disasters and Biscuit's ongoing campaign against the concept of closed doors. He turned 11 in July. Carol made a cake. Tom produced from somewhere a party hat that he wore with complete dignity. Biscuit ate a significant portion of the cake off the counter before anyone noticed and then looked neither guilty nor particularly full, because Biscuit's emotional range in response to his own behavior was limited. Ashworth sent a card with a Metro Police logo on the front. He suspected she'd bought it specifically for the improbability of it, and inside it she'd written, in her efficient bullet point style, 1. Happy birthday. 2. You've made it. 3. See you on the other side of September. McGonagall sent a letter that began with birthday wishes and proceeded immediately into an extended discussion of the upcoming term, which was the most McGonagall thing imaginable and which he read twice with the same pleasure he always took in things that were exactly what they were supposed to be. There was also a letter, in the old-fashioned handwriting he now recognized, from Dumbledore. Dear Harry, happy birthday. You are 11 years old today, which is a fact I am aware carries different weight for you than it might for another child. I hope you find, over time, that birthdays become what they should be, uncomplicated celebrations of being here. I have been thinking about September, and about what I said in October, that I would try to do better. I want you to know that this is not a promise I have made and set aside. It is one I think about with reasonable regularity, which is probably the most honest thing I can tell you about my relationship to my own behavioral commitments. The school is ready for you. More than that, it is genuinely glad of you. Not of the boy who survived something extraordinary, though you did, and it matters, but of the boy who built a case in a cupboard under the stairs and walked into a police office with a carrier bag of cassette tapes and a set of very precise questions, and who has, by all accounts I have received, spent the past 9 months reading ahead in the curriculum and asking questions that have occupied your deputy headmistress for multiple evenings. I have been told, by Professor McGonagall, that you are going to be extraordinary. I have also been told, by Professor McGonagall, that this information was unnecessary and that I should simply have had the sense to see it sooner. She is right. She usually is. Yours, Albus Dumbledore P.S. The prophecy, as you requested, when you are ready. September remains the agreed date. I will be in my office. Harry read the letter and felt the complicated thing he felt about Dumbledore, which was still complicated and probably would be for a long time, and which had enough room in it now for something that wasn't forgiveness exactly but was the direction of it. He put the letter with the others, he had a box now, a proper one, for letters worth keeping, and went downstairs where the remains of the birthday cake were being aggressively investigated by Biscuit. September 1st arrived on a Sunday. He was packed and ready the night before, had been packed for 2 weeks, honestly, restrained only by Carol pointing out that he needed some of his things in the interim. His trunk was second-hand, bought at a Richmond charity shop, and had been subjected to a brief magical conditioning charm by McGonagall during a visit in August that had made it significantly more useful without changing how it looked, which was battered and slightly too large and exactly right. Biscuit sat on it disapprovingly for most of the last week, which was his method of objecting to impending absences. The morning of September 1st was chaotic in the Henderson-specific brand of chaos, which was organized underneath the surface and expressive on top of it. Carol made a breakfast that was significantly more elaborate than any breakfast warranted and then ate almost none of hers because she was busy looking at Harry with the expression she had that was the quiet smile plus something extra that had been building since July. Tom drank his tea and read the paper and was exactly Tom, which was the most reassuring thing available. Harry ate everything. He was going to be on a train for 6 hours. They drove to King's Cross in Tom's ancient Volvo with the trunk in the back and Biscuit in the boot, which Biscuit found insulting but accepted, and London moved past the windows on a Sunday morning with its particular weekend calm, and Harry sat in the back and watched it and thought, this is the last time I'll see this in a while. Not sadly. Just accurately. Tom parked illegally outside King's Cross with the calm of a man who has decided that the significance of the moment outranks the parking rules, and they got the trunk out and stood on the pavement in the September morning with the station noise around them and Biscuit straining at his lead to investigate a pigeon with more determination than sense. Carol hugged him. She did it properly, the way she did everything, and held on for the right amount of time and then let go. "Right," she said. "I will," he said. Tom shook his hand and held it the extra beat that Ashworth had held it, the grip of someone saying more than the handshake contained. "If you need anything," he said, simply. "I know," Harry said. He looked at Biscuit, who was still interested in the pigeon, and redirected briefly to Harry's hand with an enormous wet nose, which Harry took as Biscuit's standard comprehensive goodbye. He picked up the trolley with his trunk and his owl, Ashworth's birthday gift, a tawny owl called something he hadn't decided yet, currently looking around King's Cross with the magnificent unconcerned confidence of an owl who knows exactly where she belongs, and went into the station. He found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without much difficulty. McGonagall had sent instructions. He also found, before he reached the barrier, a woman standing near it who was not a Muggle, he was fairly certain. She had the look he'd been learning to recognize, the look of someone slightly not quite fitting in the Muggle world, and she was watching the barrier with the focused attention of someone keeping an eye on something. She was in her 60s, motherly in the specifically non-soft way of people who are kind but have seen enough of the world to know the shape of what kindness is for. She saw Harry looking at her and seemed to recognize him in the way people from the magical world had been recognizing him all summer, which was immediately and with a complicated mixture of things. She had red hair. For children around her, red-haired, ranging from what looked like 10 to 20, organized in the particular affectionate disorder of a large family that's been in transit together many times. The youngest-looking one, a boy around Harry's age, freckled and lanky, was watching the barrier with the expression of someone who has done this before and is managing a mixture of excitement and performative composure. The woman looked at Harry and the trunk and the owl, and something in her face made a decision. "First time?" she said. "Yes," Harry said. She smiled, the complete, uncalculated kind. "You just walk straight at the barrier. Best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Don't stop." "I'm not nervous," Harry said, which was true. He looked at the barrier and looked back at her. "Thank you. Mrs. Weasley," she said. "Molly. And you're," she looked at his forehead, at the scar, and did the complicated recognition thing that he was beginning to be able to read, which was, famous, weight of that, genuine feeling about it, managing the genuine feeling professionally. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes," he said. The freckled boy's head snapped around. Harry met his gaze. The boy stared for a moment and then seemed to collect himself and said, in a voice of determined composure, "Ron Weasley." Harry said. He nodded at the barrier. "Shall we go through together?" Ron looked at him. The look of someone being offered something they'd half hoped for but hadn't expected. "Yeah," he said. "All right." They went through together, side by side, trolleys clattering, the barrier dissolving and the scarlet train appearing on the other side in a rush of steam and sound and the compressed extraordinary noise of hundreds of children arriving at the beginning of something, and Harry came out on platform 9 3/4 and stopped for just a moment. He let himself stop. He let himself look. The train was magnificent. The platform was magnificent. The noise and the owls and the cats and the parents and the first years trying to look like they weren't overwhelmed and the older students with the easy familiarity of people returning to a place they belong, it was all of it, all at once, and he let it be all at once, which was a new thing, or a version of something he was learning to let himself do. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs and a loose board and a Tesco bag and a woman's voice saying hello, right person, I'm sorry it took this long. He thought about 2 exercise books and 14 cassette tapes and a library and a detective inspector who didn't let things get buried. He thought about Dumbledore diminished by his own handwriting, and McGonagall sending a magazine subscription for no articulable reason, and Mrs. Figg with her lockbox of notes and her 9 years of watching and her photograph from 1979. He thought about Tom's crosswords and Carol's elaborate breakfasts and Biscuit's magnificent, indiscriminate, unconditional enthusiasm for existence. He thought about the wand in his jacket pocket, warm and waiting. He thought, this is what it was for. Ron Weasley appeared at his elbow, having unloaded his trunk, and looked at the train with an expression that was trying to be casual and wasn't, because Ron Weasley did not appear to be someone who had much natural capacity for performing feelings he wasn't having. "Have you met any other first years?" Ron said. "No," Harry said. "Me neither." "Well, my brothers, but they don't count." He looked at Harry sideways with the frank curiosity of someone who has decided they want to know something and is going to ask it. "What's your house going to be? Do you know?" Harry thought about it. "No," he said. "But I think I'll know when I'm there." "My whole family's been Gryffindor," Ron said, with the weight of someone for whom this is both a given and a pressure. "For generations. If I'm not, my mum will be fine, but my brothers won't let me forget it for about 50 years, probably." "They can try," Harry said. Ron looked at him. Something in his face relaxed, the way faces do when they encounter someone who speaks in a register they understand. "Yeah," he said. "All right." He paused. "You want to find a compartment?" "Yes," Harry said. They found one near the middle of the train, stowed their things, settled in, and the train started moving, the great scarlet engine pulling away from the platform with the sound and the steam of something enormous and purposeful beginning its journey. Harry watched King's Cross disappear through the window, and then London, and then the city giving way to countryside in the long gradual way of a British Sunday morning, the fields, and the hedgerows and the particular grey-green of the English landscape doing what it always did, which was being quietly magnificent without any apparent effort. Ron produced a stack of sandwiches from his bag with the practiced efficiency of someone who knows train journeys. Harry looked at the sandwiches. "I didn't think to bring food," he said. "There's a trolley," Ron said, "but my mum made these." He offered half the stack without calculation, the generosity of someone for whom this is simply what you do, which was a kind of person Harry was increasingly glad existed. "What do you like?" "There's cheese, and there's some with something Mum puts in that I don't ask about." "Cheese," Harry said, and took one, and ate it, and it was good, and the countryside outside was good, and the owl on the luggage rack was looking at the world through the window with her magnificent amber conviction. He needed to name the owl. He thought about it as the train moved north. He ran through options, nothing too obvious, nothing borrowed from something else. He thought about what the owl was. He thought about reliability and precision and the specific quality of finding things in the dark and being completely certain of where you're going. "Vera," he said aloud. Ron looked up from his sandwich. "What?" "My owl," Harry said. "Her name is Vera." Ron looked at the owl. Vera looked back at Ron with the assessment of an owl who has made up her mind about most things and is simply confirming. "Does she know her name?" Ron said. "She will," Harry said. Ron seemed to find this entirely reasonable, which was one of several things Harry was already liking about Ron Weasley. They talked for most of the 6 hours. About the magical world, Ron explaining things with the enthusiasm of someone who knows the subject well and enjoys having an audience who genuinely wants to know it, and about the school, and about Quidditch, which Ron described with the fervent detail of a genuine devotee, and about his brothers, who sounded simultaneously exhausting and remarkable. Harry told him some things and held some things and gradually, over the miles and the hours, found the right calibration for a new person, which was different from any calibration he'd done before because the environment that had taught him calibration was gone, and this was the first new person he was meeting on the other side of it. It felt different. Easier. Like something that was supposed to be natural, and was. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the dark, the October darkness of the Scottish Highlands that was a different kind of dark from Surrey darkness, bigger and more alive. He climbed out of the train and the air hit him, cold and clean and enormous, the breath of a landscape that had been doing this for a very long time, and he stood on the platform for a moment while students moved around him. And then a voice, enormous, warm, completely confident, called out over the crowd, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Harry looked toward the voice. The man attached to it was impossible to look away from. He was bigger than seemed quite plausible, with a wild black beard and eyes like the warm dark of a fireside, and he held a lantern above his head, and the first years gathered around him the way things gather around something reliable and certain, the instinct of it going ahead of any reasoning. Harry moved toward him with the rest. The man's eyes found Harry in the crowd. Something happened in his face, the recognition, again, but so much more than recognition, something that Harry had never seen directed at him before, which was love, uncomplicated and immediate, the love of someone looking at someone they have been waiting to see and did not believe they would get to see, and who are looking at them now. "Harry," the man said, very quietly, underneath the noise of everything. "You're the spit of your father." Harry looked up at him. "You knew my father?" "Knew 'em both," the man said, and his voice had something in it that Harry filed immediately as a person worth knowing for a very long time. "Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He paused, the massive hand going to the lantern, the enormous face doing the thing where it was trying not to do too many things at once. "I was there. The night I was the one who brought you to your aunt's house." A pause that had weight in it. "I'm sorry. For that part." Harry looked at him for a moment. "I know," he said. "It's all right." Hagrid looked at him with the fireside eyes. "Is it?" he said, genuinely. Harry thought about the Hendersons' kitchen and the frosted garden in December and biscuits weighed across his feet and Vera on the luggage rack knowing exactly where she was going. He thought about Ashworth's voice on the phone saying guilty in the flat professional tone that had contained everything. He thought about 7 questions and 1 notebook and a loose board in an attic in Surrey. "It's getting there," he said. Hagrid smiled. It was a vast, warm, completely genuine smile, the smile of someone who has just received the exact right answer to a question they've been carrying for 10 years. "Right then," he said, loud and warm, back to the crowd of first years. "Come on, follow me, keep together, please, any more first years?" He held the lantern high and walked, and the first years followed through the dark toward the lake where the boats waited, and Harry walked with them, and Ron was beside him, and above them the sky was the specific quality of dark that only exists when there are no cities for miles, and ahead, across the water, the castle. He saw it and stopped walking. Not from awe, or not only from awe, but from the specific recognition of something that has been described to you and yet manages, when you encounter it, to exceed every description. It was vast and lit and reflected in the water and impossibly old and completely, wholly, exactly as it should be, the way things are when they are genuinely what they claim to be. Ron stopped beside him. "First time seeing it," Ron said, unnecessarily. "Yes," Harry said. "Wait until you're inside," Ron said. Harry looked at the castle across the water and felt, not the ice fracture, not the load-bearing structure shift, not the door opening, though it was some combination of all of those, something new, something that had been waiting for exactly this moment and this location and this view to make itself known. He felt ready. Not ready in the absence of difficulty, not ready because everything was resolved. Ready in the way you're ready when you know who you are and what you've come from and what you can do with your hands, and you're looking at a world that is entirely new and you're not afraid of it. He wasn't afraid of anything. He climbed into the boat. Ron climbed in beside him. Hagrid called out from the lead boat, and the boats moved across the black water toward the castle, and the castle grew, and the torches on the walls grew, and the lake moved under them with the slow black certainty of water that has been here for centuries and is perfectly willing to be here for centuries more. Harry looked up at the towers as the boats slid under the cliff's shadow. He thought, my mother walked in here at 11. My father too. They stood where I'm standing and saw what I'm seeing and they were frightened and excited and themselves, entirely, walking into the beginning of everything. He thought, I'm here. He thought, hello. The boats touched the shore. They climbed out, and Hagrid led them up to the great oak doors, and the doors opened, and Professor McGonagall was there, exactly McGonagall, composed and sharp and wearing an expression that could be read from 20 feet as here we go, but that Harry, who had been reading her letters for 9 months, could also read as something quieter underneath, something that was permission given and dues paid and a debt that could never be squared but could be honored. She saw him. He saw her. He gave her the small nod. The same one he'd given Mrs. Figg in the courthouse. She gave him one back, precise and small and completely sufficient, and then she turned to address the first years as a whole, and Harry listened to her voice in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, which was vast and lit by floating candles and exactly as Mrs. Figg had described from James's descriptions, impossible and completely real, the specific quality of places that have been full of people for hundreds of years and have absorbed something from all of them, a kind of density of human experience that makes the air itself feel inhabited. He was going to learn to do magic in here. He was going to find out what he was capable of in a place that was designed for the finding out. He was going to make friends and probably enemies and discover things about the world and about himself that he couldn't currently anticipate, and he was going to do all of it as himself, fully, without calibration. He was going to sit down with Dumbledore and ask about a prophecy. He was going to write to Ashworth and Carol and Tom and Mrs. Figg. He was going to name things, including his owl, and learn things, and probably get into trouble for reasons he was already beginning to understand were intrinsic to who he was rather than things that happened to him. And somewhere in Little Whinging, Surrey, behind a loose board in an attic that was now the property of a court-appointed estate manager while the case of Dursley vs. Crown worked its way through the sentencing appeal, a gap in the floorboard sat empty and patient, its contents finally, properly, exactly where they were supposed to be. In the entrance hall of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall opened the great doors to the hall beyond, and the first years moved forward, and Harry Potter, who had a carrier bag of cassette tapes where other children had fond memories, and a scar on his forehead, and a wand in his pocket that had been waiting for him, and a dog's warmth still practically on his feet, and 7 answered questions in a small notebook, and an owl named Vera who knew exactly where she was going, walked through the doors. The hall was full of light and noise and hundreds of people and the moving night sky of the enchanted ceiling, and the 4 house tables stretched away into the warmth and brilliance of it, and at the staff table at the far end he could see Dumbledore, who was looking at the doors with blue eyes that contained a great many things. Harry looked at the hall. The hall looked back. He walked in.